Chat live. Go live. Okay. Now
Damn, blow
we are
out my
live on
ears.
YouTube. You look drenched. I just got out of the shower, darling. Do you know what? I'm wearing this lipstick. Guess what color lipstick this is? Guess what color lipstick this is? Oh, it was a resubscription. Thank you, Steven. Thank you for the resubby. Guess what color lipstick this is, chat. Hi, Lala. Guess what fucking color lipstick this is? I'll tell you, it's brown. This is brown lipstick. This is brown lipstick. You tell me how that makes any sense. You tell me how that makes any fucking sense. I'm pissed off. I can't get a dark lipstick that looks good on camera. I just can't seem to find one. It doesn't exist. It just doesn't seem to exist. It doesn't look brown, no. There's nothing else except brown lipstick. I swear to God. It looks like maroon, like slightly orangey. I'm pissed off. I don't know. Maybe it's my skin tone or something, but whatever. Anyways. Let's join up on our first panel debate and adjudication with a Christian. My dad's on this panel, and they are discussing, I believe, whether Islam is sort of just an early version of Christianity, or an early... Your cam saturation / vibrance is fucked. Perhaps, yes, but if I go to the image, okay, the natural resolution is this. So then I up the saturation to, 70 or so. 67. But then it's orange. So then I take the hue and I move the hue down so it looks less orangey. But it's still orange. The white balance might be it. If I turn the white balance off, I can make it colder. I can make it warmer. Maybe warmer is better? I don't know. So, I kind of like the vibes when I turn the temperature all the way down. Anyways, let's go.
Now, a couple of years into his caliphate, we have the Islamic armies have already conquered Levant. The Levant, the Syriac Muslims are now Muslims. They're beginning to engage with the Quran. And the northern Iraq, the Muslims, the converts over there, the Christian Jewish people who converted to Islam over there, now they are engaging in with the Quran. Okay. Now there is entirely new people engaging with the Quran. Okay.
Right.
Now, once the armies have gone out of
What's up, Michael?
the desert, and the armies are stationed in Levant, and the armies are stationed in Iraq, what is happening is there is huge population. These are population centers, right, of the ancient world.
Yes.
So there is hardly any population in Hijaz. Makkah and Medina population is, you can just, it's
tiny. Yeah.
It's nothing. There's no comparison drawn, right?
The idea here is basically like that Islam, I know it was written after the New Testament, obviously, but that basically it could be seen as an early sort of Christian, sort of like a version of Christianity, and that it was taken and made into a fundamentalist heresy by certain groups. So there's a way to kind of pull it back and incorporate it into Christianity. So I think that's basically what my dad is saying.
Now we have, after 10, 12 years of Omar's reign, we have new caliph in place, Uthman. All right.
The Superbowl does look really gay.
Uthman, already the Quran is getting established in different recitations.
Hey, maybe it's just me, but like, the Bad Bunny controversy of the Super Bowl, I could literally, like, can we come up with something more entertaining for drama? Are you kidding me? Like, I'm on Stan Twitter or whatever. I try to follow that shit. I could not be more bored by it. Oh, a Latina's hosting the Super Bowl. Latino. Oh, it's just like, try harder, you know? Try harder.
And in some ways, it encountered what thought in its encounter with the population centers, their ideas were they often saw their ideas as superior, and sort of wanted to, let's say, Hellenize Christianity. If you follow what I'm saying, is that also something that happened with Islam? Was there were let's say Christian ideas kind of um,
Integrated, you mean?
yeah, people trying to like syncretize something and smooth it over where they saw themselves as superior because
Thank you, Damius.
I'm not sure there are population centers, but I imagine also they're centers of wealth and prestige and power. And so there's always a dynamic between a kind of backwaters culture. Like here in America, you have the Mormons came out of like nowhere, right? They're interacting with the United States government, and in many ways, the U.S. government is like, who are you? You're a bunch of, you know what I mean? Is it sort of like that, or
Yeah,
was it
it did
seen as
happen.
superior? Like the original culture was superior clearly and was just conquering. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say the original culture was held its superiority.
Okay.
Once the armies moved into Iraq and Sham, which is like Levant, the the what happened was there was immediate transformation. These people became Muslim like in no time, like overnight
Right.
they became Muslim, right? Overnight it
Yeah.
happens, right? And now they begin to dominate the later times. Definitely, they
Mhm.
dominate the later times. But much of their domination in terms of theology was synthesized, fortunately, not in the Quran, but in a separate book called Hadith.
Okay.
That's
And
that's
that's the
where the
writings of the
Hadith originate.
scholars?
That's where the Hadith books originate in the Levant and in northern Iraq. Okay, but
Mm.
as far as the Quran goes, during Uthman's time, Uthman actually collects all the variations that were written down and
Mhm.
has them, um, shredded. Basically, he burned them down. Um, we would call them modern time. In our present times, we would call them shredding. So he would shred it down because
Yeah.
we don't want these variations to be circulating and people disagreeing over what is the Quran, right? So
Right.
he is the one who standardizes the Quran. So
Okay.
that
Down to the
standardization process
word,
is
you're
called as
saying?
Uthmani standardization work manuscript.
Is it down to the word? Every word is standardized?
Now we believe the document that Uthman standardized is the book to go with, where
Mhm.
God is protecting that manuscript, right?
Okay. So is
Yeah,
that like King James? You ever heard of KJVists in
yeah,
Christianity?
yeah.
Even though that's obviously a translation, they wouldn't deny that, but they would say God worked in a special way through the scholars. Even though
Mhm.
the scholars themselves just saw themselves as scholars, but that is in a sense the trend.
Non-standard.
You know what I'm saying? And I do understand you need a standardization that goes
Yeah,
on. But my question is, when who is it you said did that? Uthman?
Uthman. Yeah,
Uthman, who
the
was the
third caliph.
caliph?
The
Okay,
third caliph.
which means he's both a king and a religious ruler,
Yeah, I mean,
but he's
in
primarily
early
the king.
Islam, no, in early Islam, the king was the religious ruler. He was both. Like, he
Okay,
was the religious head as well as the political head.
so he'd be like Caesar and the Pope, like the Roman Empire
Yes,
and the
combined
Pope in one.
together
Okay, right.
in one. Yeah, in
Okay,
one. Yeah.
now here's my question, as opposed to like in contrast to Christianity, what authority did he have? Because it's not in the Quran, right? There would be no reference to that structure, or maybe there is.
No, there is no reference to the early Islamic political system in the Quran. So the political structure is not referenced in the Quran. It's early Islamic history.
Yeah, because
Okay.
you understand what I'm saying is with the councils, we are very clear, as Catholics anyways, we're very clear that the bishops when they got together, and that's found in the New Testament. When the bishops get together, they have clear authority from Jesus.
Okay.
But they're not apostles, but they're the successors of the apostles. So I'm saying when Uthman is doing this, I understand the impetus to do it, but how do you know that that was correct?
Okay, I understand. There's a
You
very
follow me?
simple answer to this. The answer comes straight from the Quran. The Quran has a verse which requires the Muslim community to obey God, obey the messenger, and obey the elected official, obey the
Mhm.
ruler. Okay, so it says, "Ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasula wa ulul amri minkum," and people in charge of your administration. So if people are in
Mhm.
charge of your administration, which is a caliph, then people are required to obey the caliph.
Okay, and you know the New Testament has that as well. Paul says obey the rulers, but
Yeah.
clearly Paul is saying that the rulers, they're not seeing them as Christians. And I
Yeah.
imagine in this Islamic early text, they weren't ruling, but they were saying like we will. Is that, am I right about that? Like obey the rulers in the sense that we're not revolutionaries, so we're not going to like immediately get crushed by the rulers because we're not primarily political. We're primarily is that correct? I don't know. You follow
In
what I'm saying?
Prophet Muhammad, yeah, I followed what you're saying. In Islam, you have in Prophet Muhammad both a king and a prophet. He's a king and a prophet who marshals armies and also gives them scripture, right? So you have the same model being synthesized in the caliphs
Yeah. Okay.
because it's the
Yeah.
same one exact verse: obey God, obey the messenger, and obey those who are in charge of your authority. Okay,
Okay.
so
So
yeah,
wherever Islam, for a time, Christianity was a persecuted religion. We all know that. And then at a certain point, first it was Constantine, then it was Theodosius who converted. But prior to that, Christianity had no real political power.
yeah.
But you're saying from the get-go, Islam always was synonymous with political power. So could you be a Muslim in a non, if you follow what I'm saying, in a non-Muslim, could you embrace the message of the Quran in a foreign, in other words, non-Muslim land, or was it always that they went hand in hand?
Let me say this to you. Um, a Christian could be a believer within Islam. So a Muslim believer, a Christian believer, and a Jewish believer would all be believers in the eyes of God. But a Jewish believer would not be a Muslim because
Yeah.
his authority would be Torah. So he would be judging
Obviously.
according to the
Are
Torah.
you dating Chris
Okay,
the
you're
So
YouTuber?
he's
saying,
still
no, my question is, let's say,
No.
I don't know what the name of the kingdoms. Let's say you're in a kingdom which is not under Muslim control, and you become a Muslim, but there isn't a conquest of
gotcha,
that area. You follow what
gotcha.
I'm saying? So like an
I got
American
you.
today who becomes Muslim.
Gotcha.
Did that happen, or is that just like almost didn't ever happen?
No,
Almost
in
always
that
was.
case, that individual would not be reckoned as a Muslim, but would be reckoned as a mu'min, a believer. Because Muslim meant that you had to submit to the Islamic authority. So if a man lived in a far off land, for example, you
Yeah,
have early converts in India, right?
sure.
Because of the trade routes. So those
Yeah.
people in India who converted but did not have an Islamic authority would be called as believers, mu'minun, believers, and not exactly Muslims because they don't have
Okay.
an Islamic authority, right?
So in a
So
sense, you're not really able to have Islam unless you also have the political power.
absolutely, absolutely, yeah,
Would that be true today? A Muslim in
yeah,
America, which is
absolutely,
obviously, so you're
yes.
not really fully a Muslim
Yeah,
if you're an
exactly. You can
American
say we are
Muslim? Okay.
believers. We can say we are believers. Mu'minun. Muslim requires establishment of God's kingdom,
Mhm.
authoritative power structure. Yeah, it requires that because we will be
Okay.
submitting our taxes to the Islamic authority, and then Islamic authority will go on to do the business that God bids them to do. Right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Catholics are similar in the sense that
Yeah.
Catholics believe, people don't know this, Catholics believe that every nation should be a Catholic nation. And we don't believe in freedom of religion. but we have accommodations, and I think the same is true of Islam. You have accommodations.
Yeah.
You're not going to say that you have to run for president of the United States and establish a caliph if it's just not realistic.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you would be
Yeah.
working towards that as an ideal.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, sure.
Let me welcome Grace here. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Ben, just excuse me.
Yeah,
Just let me welcome this
Absolutely.
Grace here. Hello, Grace. You're welcome here. Do you have? Oh, I'm sorry.
Grace is my
There we
daughter, as
go.
you can see.
Hello.
Oh, really?
Hi,
Oh,
Dad.
you're very loud.
Hello.
Oh.
So, Grace, do you want to contribute to the discussion that your dad is having right now, or
Uh,
or
well, I just as a Christian, I've been sort of exploring Islam, not as a religion, but sort of as a lifestyle, because I think it's really interesting that Muslim people are sort of seen as Christian enemies of Christians, but they've actually maintained very similar kind of like lifestyles and attitudes towards like marriage and family and structures like that that Christians used to, whereas Christians have sort of progressed and lost a lot of that sort of traditional stuff. So I think it's interesting what you're saying. I didn't know that Islam relied on the country's government being Muslim for it to be real. So
Sees it that as the ideal, I think.
yeah.
Although you have controversies, right? Because you have Muslim dominant countries now that are secular, so they're not caliphs, all the way to like the extreme of like ISIS, which would say it's going to be a worldwide caliph, right? So there's some controversy about the mixture. Am I right?
Yeah.
About that?
the word
This is Masood,
the word
by the way.
caliphate? The word caliphate is just a word.
Yeah.
What we need is a concept to function, to become functional, right? So you can go with, for example, caliphate basically ended when the Seljuks came into the Muslim empire. When the Seljuks came in, they began using the word sultan.
And they're like Turkish, right? Peoples.
They're Turkish, that's correct. So they began using the word sultan instead of khalifa.
Right.
Okay. So khalifa is just nomenclature, but what
Okay.
survives is a concept that functions, right?
Yeah.
So caliphate is just a title. Today, if today's Muslim empire could use the word president,
I'm getting an echo,
Right.
Grace. Do you hear that echo?
I don't.
It's when you came on.
So-
I'm
so
echoing.
Grace can reduce her volume, I suppose, a little bit.
Yeah, maybe it's coming through your headphones. Maybe I don't know.
Am I, is
Yeah.
it
But
okay?
I'm not hearing it now. A little bit.
Well, I turned down my headphones. Should
I
be
don't know if
better.
the stream is hearing it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's just a nomenclature, I should say. But if there was this Muslim presidency today, it can be used to run the Islamic government with the nomenclature of a presidency. There would be absolutely no trouble. Yeah.
So is it Masood? Is that correct? Masood?
Masood is my name. Yeah.
Masood. Okay, so Grace may make some waves. She goes a little further than I would, but she says, I would rather live under a Muslim, even though I'm Christian, I would
Okay.
rather live under Muslim rule than modern Western rule because, let's say, for example, for women, it's actually more conducive to being a young woman to live in a tradition, and what do you mean by Muslim society? There's a whole bunch, but like I think she would say a typical Arab culture is much more conducive to a healthy family life, to having children, to having the structures of a family, and especially fatherhood upheld and not attacked constantly, than in the West, where bikinis are the norm, where sexual, shenanigans are the norm. And I actually think that's but you can understand Christians get all crazy about that, right? Because they think that what she's saying is Christianity is wrong, but what she's saying is
Right.
like functionally Islam does better.
Yeah.
In terms of creating a healthy, and we don't know, but we've interacted with a bunch of people from the Middle East. They seem really like socially much nicer people than the
Are
people
you joking?
encounter
Are
on
you
the
really
internet
not
in the
Dat and
West,
Chris the
who are
YouTuber?
usually sort of crazy,
Mm.
but that doesn't mean anything. But I actually endorse that because I think if a religion doesn't, in a sense, pay the bills, if it just says all these things, but the culture doesn't actually, like Catholics, right? So Catholics say we're against birth control, but we do birth control. Catholics say we're against abortion, but we do abortion. So what's the good? Like, there's a problem there. Even though I agree with the teaching of the church, you have to say Catholic culture fails because we're
Yeah.
not reproducing, and it's sort of like the winner is the one who produces kids and maintains a culture, which is maybe like I don't know if that's a religious debate, but it's kind of like I really respect Muslim culture,
Yeah.
and I could see why they would say we're the great Satan. And if we get into foreign policy, I could super see why they say we're the great Satan, because we're backing a political regime that seems like crazy, in my opinion, in the Middle East.
Mm.
So I just wonder if, without necessarily saying one is true and one is false, whether we could, without it, without what you call kumbaya, that term, like, without saying like we're all happy, we just don't want to have any friction,
Mm.
recognize there are differences, but also recognize the commonalities. But what I'm interested in particular, is when you say the caliph has the authority to unify the text, and I assume there's like documentation of that. Like I'm just saying, would a critical Western person say like, yeah, that's like that text goes back, we have stuff from that time forward? You know what I mean? Like textual criticism is solid at that point, that it really goes back to there. But prior to that, what I'm saying is, couldn't you make the claim that some things were lost when those variants were shredded?
Yeah.
Because you acknowledge that there were variations. And I would say the authority is less than that of the Quran, right? The authority of the caliph.
Yeah, I get your point. So
Yeah.
obviously, the authority of the caliph and the messenger of God, Prophet Muhammad himself, would function under the Quran, right? So what I'll do is
Yeah.
I'll just quickly mute Grace here, unless if Grace wants to talk, she can put her hands up, and I'll bring her in because there's an
She's
echo,
causing
right?
audio problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Typical female.
so now what there is even the Prophet Muhammad
Am I
can
causing?
only function under the Quran, right? So he cannot let go of some bits of the Quran or add bits to it out of his own volition.
Okay,
So
but you're
God is,
defining the Quran as the text that, you know what I'm saying? It seems circular. I'm not trying to be like fancy, but you're saying you define the Quran by the later standardized text, and then you're subjecting Muhammad to it. Sounds backwards.
I do get your point. I do get your point. That's how you can look at it, okay? But now there is an agency that's involved in this belief system, in this doctrine. From a secular standpoint, you can say that's a circular argument, or that's circular, because
Yeah.
you don't adopt the assumption of an agency, right? You don't think an agency is a plausible um, parameter. But now
I
in
don't know what you
belief
mean by
system,
agency.
the,
What do
the,
you mean by
the
agency?
agency is God, who is giving this doctrine, who's giving these words to Muhammad. From a secular
God is an
standpoint,
agency?
yeah, God is an agency who's and
Like a
I mean
source, you mean? The
God,
source?
yeah, source. God is a
Okay.
source. The angel Gabriel is an agency, all right?
Oh, sure. Okay. An agent of the
Okay.
source. Yeah.
So it's
What I'm
you
saying
can
is,
combine
so,
them both.
okay, you
You
said
can combine them both.
maybe you're saying there is an acknowledgement that maybe there's a language between God and the angel. And I understand that you're not saying it's a written language. It's not necessarily Arabic, but there's a sort of the language of the angels, let's say,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
which is more perfect than the Quran. in a sense? Is
I wouldn't say it's more perfect. What I would say is
contains what
obviously
only an angel?
God created us, God created human beings, and human beings come with the ability, the natural ability to formulate language. Okay?
Yeah.
The same would be true for angels. Once God created angels, angels would have the ability to um, come up with their language. So when God
Hmm.
would communicate to angels, he would use that language to communicate to angels. Like, for example, God communicated to Moses directly without an intermediary angel. So God
Yeah.
talked to Moses directly in Hebrew language. Okay. So God would do the same thing. When he would speak to the angels, he would speak in the angelic language.
Yeah.
And that would be the responsibility of this angel who was chosen by God as his agent to
Yeah.
give messages to Arabic people, which is the Quran at this point in time. So the angel would communicate the Quran to Muhammad, and Muhammad, upon hearing this, would narrate it word for word, okay? And
Hmm.
then the listener would absorb it, and God would help this memory be etched,
Yeah.
okay? And
Yeah.
then later on documented, okay?
Okay. So
So
yes. Now, what's important to me about that is that at each step of this, do you have the idea that God was? We have the idea of inerrancy. You know what I mean? Like that. But we don't have the. I don't think the Catholic idea is that it's word for word a perfect recitation of an angel. Do you know what I mean? Like the Gospel of Matthew, let's say the author is Matthew. Matthew wasn't getting this word from, he was inspired by the Holy Spirit. It's less direct than that an angel was literally, and he was just transcribing it. Do you know what I mean? It's less.
I get your
And so
point.
Matthew could have gotten some things wrong, but not the Holy Spirit kept it from error, but didn't not that every word was absolutely perfect. I think the understanding of the Quran is a higher understanding that it was. But what you're saying is the angel, if he was in South Asia, may have done it in Hindi, if that's a language, or Tamil or whatever,
Yes,
and that would have been fine too. But
yes.
obviously, God, for whatever reason, but he's not saying the Arabic language is the language of God.
But unfortunately, Muslims believe that, okay?
Oh,
Muslims believe Arabic as the language of God, which is incorrect. My basic argument with them would be, look, God communicated to Muhammad only for 23 years, but he was communicating to Hebrews for 1,000 years. So that would graduate to be the case that God has Hebrew as his language, and Hebrew
yeah,
people would be justified to think like that. They would be justified to think God's language is Hebrew. But
yeah,
unfortunately, that's not the case. God does not speak Hebrew. God only spoke Hebrew to Moses, and God speaks different languages to different creatures of His. Okay, but
yeah.
now the fact of the matter is that I wanted to tell you this is I think I lost your point. One of the points that you made, I lost it.
The point I was trying to say is that in order for something to be held as absolutely the word of God, every word, you'd have to have God acting all the way through each step until it's standardized in a way that then we can just say, okay, it hasn't changed since then.
Okay.
And I'm one, and Christians have an understanding of how that works because we have a level, we have a thing, we have an authority system that I don't think is similar to Muslim because you have sort of consensus of scholars at a certain point, and you don't have something the equivalent of bishops. I don't think. And
So let
so
me say
I'm
this
curious
quickly.
whether, yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this quickly. The process with Injil, which is the gospel given to Christ,
Right. Yep. I know that term. Injil.
and
Yep.
the Quran, the process of its dispensation to a human agent is no different. The same exact thing happened between gospel and the Quran. So the angel comes, gives the words to the messenger, and the messenger narrates it.
Okay. So
So
you're saying
Jesus was
the understanding of Catholics and Muslims is the same? I don't think so.
no. I'm not saying
Okay.
the understanding of Catholics. Okay, what I'm saying is the doctrine of how the message is delivered to a human agent, which is the
And
messenger of God.
preserved from error, right?
Now, the preservation is something different. Now, let me say
Okay.
this. Up until the words were given to Jesus and Jesus articulated them, this would be the exact same thing that happened to Prophet Muhammad. Okay. Okay.
Well, okay,
Let's be good here. Let's be good here, and let me say this, and then I will take your response
absolutely. Sure, sure,
after,
sure.
because this is important. That I'm trying to tell you
No,
this.
I absolutely. I talk too
Um,
much.
Now, the thing is, with Jesus Christ, we have uncertainty. In the gospel accounts, we get to understand Jesus may have spoken Aramaic as well as Hebrew. Okay, so we are unsure. But what we do have is the scriptures are recorded in Greek.
Right, right.
So what has happened is we have lost track of the language of revelation from the mouth of Jesus completely. We run out of clue, because
You
the
can
gospel
guess, but
account,
yeah, you can guess, but yeah.
you can guess, but you have parity between the two options, Hebrew and Aramaic, because on the cross he says Eli Eli lama sabachthani, which is Aramaic, but in the
Hmm.
Gospel of John you do get an impression that Jesus was speaking Hebrew language. But
Hmm.
we have the scriptures in Greek, so we can see
Right.
how the exact word and inerrancy has been lost in the aftermath of Jesus Christ.
In the sense of the literal words he spoke, other
Exactly.
than
But
Eli, Eli, maybe. Yeah.
exactly. But in case of the Quran, that was not the case. It was immediately preserved in the actual language that it was communicated in. So that's the difference between the
I think that's
gospel
true.
and
Yeah,
the
I think
Quran.
that's the
Yeah.
difference. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have no. You can. I believe you can guess because even though it's written in Greek, there are Aramaicisms, like certain types of ways of like couplets, and people have compared that, and that's more of an Aramaic thing, but it is in Greek. But I don't think anyone would think that Jesus of Nazareth spoke Greek, and therefore his words in Greek. I don't think that Christians hold that.
There could
That
be a chance though, but we don't know.
Yeah,
We are not sure. That's where the
yeah.
uncertainty is. Yeah.
There's certainly it's never told that he spoke in Greek, but yeah, he could have been fluent.
Mm.
Okay, but what I'm saying the difference is, and I'm not trying to say like I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just curious because we have a structure that Islam doesn't have, which is we have what we call apostolic authority, the bishops. We have a pope. So there's a way of defining things later on authoritatively. Now, Protestants disagree with that, obviously. But we would say that the Holy Spirit preserves those actions from error, um, so that it's not the same thing as occurred in the writing of the scriptures, because that's inspired, but that we have a way of sort of making sure that where there is something that could be a legitimate dispute, the Holy Spirit, through the minds of men, but like particular men who have this authority, will not mess up. And Islam doesn't have that. And so you would have to have a kind of almost like a mysticism. I don't know if you have that, where the consensus of scholars get it right, but I'm not sure whether that's ever been, maybe it's just never been defined, or the caliph, like that particular caliph. But I know there are controversies between Sunni and Shia about
Yeah.
whether I know there's a basic, isn't the basic difference about like the success, like a couple of successors down from Muhammad, where there's like who is the true sort of heir.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. That's
so
where the difference is.
I was reading, there were people maybe in the past who said, well, maybe some of this history was scrubbed when it was unified. And my question is just like, on what basis would you say that didn't happen? You know what I mean? Like, on what authority would you say no? What's the theory?
No to the similar structure being arranged in Islam.
Well, I don't know. Like, so I think the issue has to do with Sunnis and Shia, in the sense the Sunnis say there was a history that's not really in the Quran, or maybe I have it backwards.
So basically, this is how it goes. Like the Shias, they assume um, the work of the first house, which is the prophet's house, to have the divine authorization to
Yeah.
continue to lead the Islamic faith. Okay,
Right.
so this is the view of the Shia people. Okay,
In direct
but the
line, is
Sunnis,
that what it is?
yeah, it's an indirect line because Prophet
Okay.
Muhammad never had his own sons, so
Okay.
he had grandsons through his daughter Fatima.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Shias assert we have to have this house, the Prophet's house, um, continue to lead us. Okay,
Yeah.
so they would rest the religious authority to that house. Okay, so the
Yeah.
scholars that come out of this house would have the ultimate say, would have what are the consensus to define what religion is, what sacraments are, what doctrine is, and stuff like
And
that.
this is
So
Shia. Shia.
this is Shia. This is Shia.
Shia. Okay.
But the Sunnis don't have such doctrine. The Sunnis pretty much go with the verse of the Quran which says amruhum shura bainahum, which means your affairs have to be discerned by mutual agreement. So
Okay.
here the Quran is talking to a res publica, the general public. It's not talking to specific to the house of the Prophet. It's giving a general doctrine to the whole Muslim community. It says, Amruhum shura bainahum. Your affairs must be determined out of mutual agreement. Okay, that's the verse of the Quran. So the Sunnis go off this.
Okay.
Okay, and then they elect the caliphs and the leaders, and they don't necessarily attribute authority to the house of the Prophet. Okay, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But
So
we
it's
do have
loosely
in the
like the
Quran.
difference between Catholics and Protestants, right? The Catholics say it is the bishops and their successors, and the Protestants say it's the Bible, and
Yep.
we come to a consensus. So it's loosely like that.
Somewhat like that, but bishops
Okay.
not necessarily they're attached to the house of Jesus because there's no family there, but in Islam
Right.
the
Right.
Shia have a family of the Prophet Muhammad, right, to go
Right. A
with.
literal family.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So that's the difference. But yeah, you are really having a very good inquiry here. I mean, I really really appreciate you coming up
Well, thank you.
and
I appreciate you being so like open-minded and me being so stupid about it. But I think
no,
sometimes it's good to
really,
talk with someone who just has no idea because you
yeah.
can get to the deeper problems. You know what I mean, or the deeper
So
differences.
I just wanna say something that you spoke in reference to your daughter Grace here, that she would prefer living in an Islamic society. I can see why that is the case. Okay, I lived in California for some time. I was there for a couple of years, and then I now live in Australia, right? So I can see, and I can see why it is important for women to have um, their dignity being protected right from the get go. Okay, that's important because I'm a male. Okay, I'm a male. I'm like a lion, right? So what does the lion do? The lion fights for females basically, and
Yeah.
that's all the fight the lion does in his life, right? So he's not keen on hunting. um, all he does is defends the harem, right? That's what he does, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So a man is like this. So in our system today, what we have is something that God protects firmly because God understands the psychology of man and his approach to the women. So God says in Islam, it's very clear in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, it's pretty clear. God says, you may marry women, but before you do, give them a bridal gift. So in wild nature, if the male lion needs to take over the females of a pride, he needs to go through death to fight that battle. He needs to really go through the jaws of death to be able to secure those females, and only then would he protect the family, would bring up the cubs and make sure that the cubs grow up to be the next generation for him, right? So he has to earn that right. And when he earns the right, he will protect the family, right? Now, when what we do, we say, oh, you have a free access. There is no need to give bridal gift. So the animals are
Yeah.
paying with blood, but God wants us to pay through our earnings. God says, if you want to take a female, to find peace with her, to find tranquility, to neutralize your passion, then give her a gift. That's a bridal gift, okay? Now that bridal gift, how much it is? It's the right of the lady to ask. So the ladies can
Do
go
you know
and
what he's
ask.
referring to, Grace? Do you know what he's referring to? A bridal
So
gift. So in order
before,
to marry a woman, you have to give her a gift, which remains. We've watched some.
Oh.
I forget the guy's name. He's a big YouTuber guy from Kuwait, I think.
Chic.
Sheikh something Hasid, and he talks about this gift. What's interesting is it remains her property, and the man
absolutely,
cannot touch it. And it
yeah,
can be a
absolutely,
huge sum, but it all depends on what they
absolutely. It
navigate.
depends. It depends on the lady, though. If a
Yeah,
virgin, if there's a virgin lady, and she thinks she is honest, she has a character, she has the commitment to um, maintain a family and be loyal to the man. If she has this commitment, she is a gem. She should
yeah,
not let a man touch her for free.
right,
Because
right, right, right.
if she lets a man touch her for free, okay, if she lets a man touch her for free, that man is going to move on, go away. Once the man is done with touching, the man has other options. So he's attracted with other females who are more beautiful, who are more attractive, and he goes and has these um, free journeys, free rides. So God
Yeah,
stops that. God in the Quran stops that, ceases that. God says no manipulating females.
yeah,
Females are must be taken with a sense of responsibility and with the sincerity of love and relationship. So when you submit a dowry, which may be like, for example, $20,000 or $30,000, then I don't have $30,000 every time to change relationships, right?
mm.
That once I pay
It's an
30 Ks
investment.
to you, yeah, once I pay 30 Ks to you, I can't say, oh, I have a change of mind. Now I'm attracted to somebody else.
Hmm.
I have to move on. So if I need to move on, she will ask me 30K again. Where will I get that from?
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I like. I
Yeah,
like you could see it as transactional, but like in America, it's generally understood and encouraged, or at least like totally fine if like you generally lose your virginity in high school around 16, 17. That's just stupid for women. Like
Can
you're
I just ask
giving
Masood, just as a politeness thing? I am addicted to tobacco, so I want to take a little break. Do you want me to cam down?
sure.
Okay,
Yeah. If you can calm down,
no problem.
I might as well bring someone else here. So if that's
We
okay.
know this guy Pelu, yeah. If you want to bring him on, he's a really nice guy. He's a Omanian, I think, Muslim.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you can switch off your cam
Whatever you
if
want
you're
me to
going
do.
to a break. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll bring a couple of more people here.
Am I still echoing? Hi, Pelu.
No, you're not.
I'm not.
Now it's
Okay.
good.
I put
Now it's
echo
good.
cancellation
Yeah.
on. Yeah, so like
Yeah. Now it's
you
good.
could you could say like,
Hello,
oh,
hello.
this bride price, like, oh, so you're
Hello.
you're paying for sex with a woman or something. You're paying for a wife, like it's all about love, but like it kind of like I don't think it's the perfect way to do it, but it makes a help. Dad, can you mute your mic when you type?
Mm.
It's just doing the
All right, sorry, I'll mute. Yep.
it's okay. It's either American attitudes, modern American attitudes towards sex don't recognize the physical realities of being a woman. That your virginity is incredibly precious and important to a man. That you have biological realities of when you can have kids and when that's the best time for you. We just act like that doesn't exist. And I think women suffer from it. And I think it's interesting to say that
Absolutely.
Islam is better for women than modern America, because that would blow most Americans' brains, because blow their minds, because Americans think of Islam as this horrendous misogynistic thing. And it's like, well, actually when you look at it, it's better for us. It protects us, it respects us. You know, I'm not saying it's the perfect system, obviously, and I wouldn't do it because that would be kind of like pretending. Like I wasn't raised in that, so I am an American woman. It is what it is. But I still can see the value, like the serious value of that kind of traditional culture.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. I mean, look, I'm a man, and I know how hard it is to earn money and to play with it. All right.
Mm.
So if I can get a woman for a dinner and a drink, I would love it. So it's so cheap, right? So
Yes.
it's just a dinner and a drink. and I get what I want. But if I get the same lady for 30K, I will I will think twice, or maybe I can't even do it. If all the ladies in the world demanded 30K, uh, what options do I have? Just to be with
True.
one, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
I
So
think like a girl's virginity, it's not a bad thing to say like, hey, listen, this is worth a lot of money. Like, if you want to think about it like that, like you're giving it away for free at 16 to some idiot guy in high school. And it's not like you're going to experience any pleasure. It's just going to be awful. Like, why do we just assume this is normal and healthy? It's stupid. It's just stupid. And abortion is stupid. Men have convinced women that having casual sex with them and then killing their own baby if they get pregnant is positive for them. How does that make any sense? Like, it's all just
absolutely,
assumed. And I'm not even saying this as a
absolutely.
religious fundamentalist. I'm saying it like pro women. Like, the pill also is the biggest science experiment ever done on women on a mass scale. Makes you like half pregnant all the time. You know, and Islam is seen as an anti-woman lifestyle, religion, whatever, but they actually care. This stuff that we take for granted is horrendous for women.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
cares. Actually, God wants to protect women because He knows man is a transgressor, man is an oppressor, man is having the muscle to um, overpower the lady. God knows this because God is the
Mhm.
one who gave the man strength, right? And weakness to the lady, right? God knows how it would be used against her. So, therefore, God says, deposit the bridal gift, and then is when you're allowed legally to touch her. If you cannot deposit, don't touch her. You don't have the right to touch her, right?
But you know what's also
So that's
good?
what God does.
God,
Yeah.
so in the fall, right? So man now can exert, like before the fall, um, man and woman lived in harmony. But now there is sort of this rift between the sexes. So man has physical power, but the woman has the power of the tongue. And that is a serious power. And so Islam also recognize,
Bargain.
yeah.
Use it to bargain, right? To get a
Well,
good deal.
true,
So,
yes, but also like men have physical power, women have emotional, like speech
mhm,
power, I would say. Like women can
mhm,
cut a man in a million ways. So Islam also
mhm,
recognizes that and puts the man in charge of the woman. And I know there are different
mhm,
ways that that's worked out, but there's generally a lot of
mhm,
authority given to the man to sort of control
mhm,
the woman in certain ways, especially in marriage, if he so chooses.
mhm,
And that is also
mhm,
recognizing the reality. Like if men can abuse their strength, women can abuse their speech and manipulation. And so it's just recognizing the reality of the state that humans are in when it comes to the
mhm,
sexes. That's very
And
appealing.
mhm,
Grace, Grace, this is amazing because I'm also someone from a Catholic background, but I'm discerning Shia Islam right now, and I was just talking about this about there's a verse in the Quran that kind of talks about this, verse 494, which is actually infamous. A lot of people quote it to say that it's anti-woman, but it actually, if you look at the tafsirs, it's the opposite. It's about how, the stages of marriages and couples that are fighting and arguing and stuff, and eventually if the couple argues enough, they should separate to the point where then they're not even sleeping in the same bedroom. And it says that the man has the right to strike the female. Now here's what's interesting: the English translation makes it sound like domestic abuse, like strike the female. That can only mean one thing. However, the term zar or zar in Arabic has 26 different meanings. And the meaning that was used, according to Ibn Abbas, who was the cousin of Muhammad, the meaning that was used there was as a sort of joke where you would take this little paper toothbrush and sort of boop her on the head with a little paper toothbrush, just to sort of joke around and lighten the mood so that you guys can get back to talking about what's existentially threatening your marriage. God doesn't want people to strike their wives. He wants husband and wife to be in harmony with each other and to see the greater, whole of their marriage, to actually encourage, unity between the spouses, right? So learning the true meaning of that text just absolutely blew me away, that God is so much smarter at reconciling marriages than we are, that he's even able to use humor in the Quran to sort of disarm us and get us and get, like men and women to talk to each other again. It was a very pleasant surprise whenever I read that tafsir.
I mean, I could see that, but I actually think physically correcting your wife could be perfectly appropriate, so I don't have a problem with the English translation either, but I can see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think Islam has been falsely portrayed as a woman. Like, I had a debate where I was trying to make this case, and they were like, oh, they're women beating. Everyone gets raped in Muslim countries. I was like, what are you guys talking about? Like, this is just anti-Islam propaganda. It's just been forced down Americans' throats. And, Christianity, I think, is the true religion, but it's the culture of Christianity has lost sight of the natural facts of life. All these, especially between men and women, it's just lost sight of it, and or at least it's
but also
risking it. I understand why it's not appealing to people.
But the Quran affirms your tradition too, right? Sorry, I'm sorry, man.
Hello, Numenius. Welcome to the channel. I just wanted to say hi to you, and Mr. Pelu, hello to you as well. I just want to make a point here. That I have a Quran translation. If you guys would want to refer that, okay. So I'll paste the link in the chat on YouTube. It's called IslamicScriptures.com. That's my Quran translation. Actually, I've had a journey here in Australia. America is actually a much better place for religion. When I was in States, I had my friends at workplace. He was an atheist, Bob, and we had plenty of discussions between faith and atheism. And not once did he was he disrespectful to God. All right, but when I came to Australia, my very first experience was like awful. Like, for the very first time I saw in my life white people using abusive language to Jesus. I never experienced that in America or in the UK. But when I came to Australia, I received the shocks of my life. I was like, it was during Christmas time and everyone's partying and they were like using dirty language to Jesus. I was like, what? You're having nice time during the holidays because of whom you're celebrating and you're still abusing him. That doesn't make sense. And then sooner I got introduced to the larger culture in Australia, and that was heavily seeped in atheism and anti-religious and anti-faith statements. So I got involved in an atheist group who challenged me, my faith, and out of that relationship, they gave me several books to read. And after 4 years of reading, is when I wrote my first response and my first book, and that led me on a journey of writing few more books. So I wrote 3 books, and then finally I ended up translating the Quran in modern English. So that's where the English translation, you can find it on IslamicScriptures.com. I have the link in the chat on YouTube.
Well, you personally translated?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Wow.
And I also have 3 commentaries written. You can find the links in that same website and a little story of how this really happened. And this atheist is today my good friend. So we are really good friend, and we dine together. We have a very good relationship going forward. I have had a journey here, and this translation that I've done might actually benefit you guys because the activity happens in America. Don't get me wrong. That's where people have some broad shoulders and they do things that no one else in the world do. You know what I mean? So in that sense, America is the place to go. And
well, don't let Australians get you down. I mean, they're literally a penal colony, so they're criminal
I
descendants. Yeah.
They have a masculine, like their idea of masculinity is to be very rough, because I do think they descend from criminals. And so I think it's more cultural than it is. Like, they're good-hearted people, but they have this sort of chip on their shoulder because of their origins, which I don't know if they'd be more comfortable with blasphemy.
But I think what I should say about Australians is they admire Americans. For sure, they admire Americans. But it's only so much that they do what the Americans do. The Americans literally lead in some of the fantastic fields. Even in religion, today I can see the YouTube explodes. And who's making the engagement? Americans are making the engagement. Not so much the Aussies, all right? Not so much any part of the world. But Americans are at the forefront of everything. And this is a good this is a good time period that I'm living through to be sitting here and engaging with American audience. And there's a lot of activity. Even when I see my YouTube stats, it's Americans. You know what I mean?
If you're
From
finding a
America.
lot of it's partially to do with the time zone because there it's what 7 a.m. or something.
It's now right now it's 1 p.m.
But you should be especially happy because the Super Bowl is going on right now, and so if you're getting Americans, that's like beyond Christmas and Easter. That's like the
Right.
American holiday. So you should feel doubly blessed. We have a pretty good following. You'll see it in your chat. Some of them are
Right.
quite crazy, but like they're good-natured people. But we tend
Right.
to.
I'll quickly show you something, my website here, so you guys can have an idea. So those mathematical signs over there are just a bug, I suppose. I got to work on them. But this is the website. So I'm calling it Islamic Scriptures, and you have the link to the Holy Bible, which will take you to the BibleGateway.com. Okay, so these are the chapters of the Quran. So all you have to do is click the plus sign, and I have divided them into subsections. So you can choose one of the sections over there, and you can start reading, and you can use the next button to navigate through the Quran. Okay. So if you go back to the home page, I have my books out here. This is my first ever book written. It's on how God created the universe and especially the planet Earth and its skies. The 6-day creation sequence is explained here.
Mhm.
Okay. And then I have the second book, which is called The Creation of Earth and Origins of Life. And in here, I'm taking a take against evolution and sort of presenting the process of origins of life according to the scriptures. Okay.
Your
And
Earth is
then I
not
have
round.
then I have a third book, which is called Sharia for Australians. So that's my third book. But this book had to be written because there were several objections calling the Abrahamic law as cruel. So I had to write this book to show how God's law is benign, premised on justice, fairness, and compassion. Okay. So
Okay, yeah, I
so
actually want to follow through on this. So when you translate, you know that your translation is different than other English translations. You're aware of that because otherwise, why would you do this? But
Mhm.
do you don't feel like you have any special authority that your translation, or I don't know if there are any official translations. Is that right?
the
That's the part that's confusing because I come from a different system. You know what I mean? It's
mm,
like
yeah, yeah.
we have like authority. The Bible into English. There is an official Catholic translation, but we largely allow other ones. But
Actually, but even then, you have the Saint Ignatius translation, and then you have the New American Bible translation. So there's actually two different mainstream Catholic translations right now. Yeah,
oh, is the Saint Ignatius a different translation? I think that's just an addition.
it is. No, no, no. It's a different translate. It uses different wordage and
Oh, okay.
than the New American
I
Bible.
know that it used to
Yeah,
be the
yeah.
Dewey Rheims version, which was in French, was because it was translated from the Vulgate. But the church, of course, because when you go to mass, but it's not every country has the same translation. Like the New American Bible is the translation
No,
read
because also
in Latin, right? I believe American
they're also
version.
not they're also not just going to rely on the Vulgate though. They're also going to use the
Yeah,
Septuagint and some of the Masoretic text and some of the
yeah.
Dead Seas. Like whatever the earliest documentation is for every single word is what they'll probably use, right?
But
So
but
like
but what would happen is
yeah.
the American bishops with the Vatican would put their stamp of approval on a translation and
The
say like
USCCB,
this
yeah, and yeah,
has
and they currently
authority.
approve,
But I don't
yeah.
know what Muslims do. I don't think they have any such mechanism.
Well, actually, I wanted to
I
talk
don't
with
know.
you about that, Ben, because we have a similar background, but I'm discerning
Yeah.
Shiism, and then Prophet Daniel, since he has so much experience as a lifelong Muslim, hearing these different views, he can affirm or maybe critique some of what I'm about to say because I'm still a noob, right? But
Yeah.
so one of the things that draws me to Shiism is the chain of authority because that's what I grew up around as a Catholic, and so they put
Okay.
their chain of authority in the Ahlul Bayt, the Holy Family of the Prophet, right?
But
And
that
so
doesn't exist
the
today. Is that right? Does that exist today?
So currently the Holy Family of the Prophet, that divine power or that divine authority was given to the infallible 12 imams, right? Some of whom themselves were Al Hubayb, but all of them claim some kind of dissent, right? So you have
And
the
this is
12 infallible
this is
imams.
descent
Now
by blood, not by like
I
laying
believe
on
that
of
they're all
hands, right?
Sayyids. I believe that they're all Sayyids. And if you're a Sayyid, you are descended from Muhammad. Yeah. Um,
Okay.
and now the 12th Imam is currently in occultation. So that is Imam Mahdi, right? So there's a sort of like apocalyptic view in Shiism that he'll return on the last day along with Muhammad and
Oh,
Christ.
so there is a guy?
It's yeah, Imam Mahdi.
Okay.
Sorry,
Well,
Pelu, what's up?
oh no, no. This is the Shia say, but they don't say that he's going to come with Muhammad though. Peace and lay upon him. The Shias don't say he's going to come with Muhammad, but they say he's going to come
Not with
with
Muhammad?
Jesus. No, they don't say he's coming with
Just with
Muhammad.
Jesus, not with Muhammad?
Yeah,
Okay, okay. I'll make sure to double check on that.
this
Okay,
guy has been
okay.
around for a couple thousand years. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call at work right when I got busy. Hold on, give me 1
No,
second.
no, no. That's totally fine. I think you are right about that. Yeah. I think I got that wrong. I think you are right about that. But like, what they would do is they have the Thaqalain hadith, and the Thaqalain hadith are all the hadiths that come through the Ahlul Bayt, or the family of the Prophet.
Or maybe you can help me,
And
Nemenius, because I'm new to this. Hadith is a collection of ancient writings, so it would be loosely similar to like the patristic fathers. Is that right?
It would have a higher status than the patristics, because the patristics
Okay.
do the same function. They commentate on the Bible, but patristics, there's no sacred value inherently in patristics. It's just a very important commentary. Whereas hadith, to a lot of Shias and Sunnis, have like a sacred sort of
Is
status.
there hadith
So,
now?
yeah.
There's no
it's like
hadith
this.
now.
Okay, it's like this, right?
No.
Let me explain hadith. I mean, what Newman is saying is pretty good. It's pretty good for someone studying. It's pretty. I'm not saying he's off too much. Hadith is like this. What's sacred is the sunnah of the prophet, right? The prophet
What
has
does
a
that mean?
sunnah.
What do you mean by the word
Sunnah.
sunnah?
I'm going to explain.
Only in
Okay, thanks
Sunnism.
for that.
Only in Sunnism. Yeah. To be clear, that's why it's called Sunnism.
No. The Shias observe the Sunnah too, supposedly. So does me.
What does the
Allah
word mean?
Muhammad.
What does the
I'm
word
going to
mean?
say. I'm going to
Wait,
say.
wait.
It means.
Yeah.
It means. It means well-trodden path. It means well-trodden path.
Okay.
It means the path of the prophet. Basically, a
Oh,
short
sure.
way
I
of
thought
translating it.
of the Sahaba. Sorry. Yeah, sure.
A short way of translating it would be policy. I love how this policy of the Prophet Muhammad peace upon him. So the policy of the Prophet peace upon him is a sacred part of Islam. The policy, right? But the issue is a lot of people get Hadith and Sunnah confused, and because they're highly related. Hadith are records of sayings of the Prophet, but from these records, that's how we derive the Sunnah of the Prophet, and of course with the Quran too. We
All right, wait,
derive.
let me get a clarification because I'm new to this. So you're saying policy in the sense of the rules and regulations. Is that right? So it's a little bit like canon law.
Okay.
I'm looking for analogies. You know what I mean? Is that
Analogy.
like canon law?
Okay. It's like this, right? It's like this. There's revelation. See, hold
Yes.
on. I wish I could see. I wish I had multiple things because I have a way to explain it, but if I try to move out of this thing, I won't be able. Let me see if I could how this works. See, now here. Never mind, because I can't go. I can't go on something else. I don't have something else to go.
Well, let me ask you, like, so-
but let me make it easy for you, right? Okay, there's three sources of revelation in Islam. There's three main ways to derive revelation, and there's a fourth secondary way. The three main ways to derive revelation is first and foremost the Quran al-Karim, the holy book of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
And the Quran is what gives authority to the Sunnah, because the Quran says, follow God and follow the messenger, and the messenger doesn't speak out of his own whims, and in the messenger there's a beautiful example. So the Quran gives authority to the Sunnah, because the Prophet himself was the Quran walking, and his explanation, his interpretation of the Quran is what's authoritative by his own action itself. he lived out the revelation of the Quran, and because he lived it out, the part that he lived out, his policy is also considered revelation in Islam.
But is it in the Quran? Is it in the Quran, or is it written somewhere else?
The thing about
the
it,
Sunnah.
the Sunnah is recorded. We derive the Sunnah. The record of the Sunnah is in hadiths.
Okay.
That's why hadiths are important.
So it's a little bit like, is it a little bit like the Trinity, in the sense that Christians would say, and I know this is not something that Islam agrees with, the Trinity is there, but it's not explicitly worked out until later councils, where you have where you have a definition of God from God, light from light.
Can I?
No.
Can I
It
say
wouldn't be
something?
like that. It wouldn't be like that. No, because it was worked out then. Like he is one. This is
So
directly
why would
from
you
the
need
prophet.
why would you need hadith then, if it's all there?
Why need her? Because not everything of what the prophet said is necessarily in the Quran or Kareem. Like he said certain things, like because is his interpretations of things. He did certain things. Okay, like for example, how you pray every step to pray, because the Quran says follow God and follow the prophet and pray like the prophet prays. But how would you know how the prophet prays when the Quran doesn't explicitly tell you every detail? You know
Okay,
every
so
detail, but
it gives details.
yeah. Yes,
fleshes
as
it
soon as
out.
it fleshes out the Quran. Exactly. The sooner there to flesh out the Quran. That's exactly what it is. All right,
Okay.
great.
So let-
Great, you have
So
a question?
let me say something here. I mean, so I have my allegiance to the Sunni political thought. Okay, that's my position. All right, but now there's something super important with around the word Sunnah, right? So the people of religion, they have three hadiths which they work with, right? What did the prophet leave as his legacy? There's a hadith around this subject. What did the prophet leave as his legacy? Okay, there's a hadith. There are three hadiths around this subject area. One of the hadith says the prophet has left the Quran, the word of God. Okay, that's one of the hadiths. The second hadith in this subject area says the prophet has left the Quran and his holy family, the Ahlul Bayt. So that becomes important to the Shias, all right?
That's a Shia thing, yeah.
That's become important to Shia. Now the third hadith on this subject area is where the word Sunnah comes. So the Prophet says, I have left the Quran and the Sunnah, my Sunnah, right? My Sunnah. So there are three hadiths around this subject area.
But when you say
And
hadith, is it what I don't I'm curious,
It's a report.
hadith
It's a
is a
report.
collection, or is it a one saying of a commentator?
It's a collection of sayings.
Many
No.
collections.
Collection of sayings.
Is it like the
and also-
Talmud?
Hadith is not a collection of sayings. Hadith means
that's
an
what I don't
individual
understand.
report, right? A collection is called a jami, like a jam, like for example, like the Jami of Sahih of Imam.
Let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish, please. Yeah. So the hadith books, they are a collection of reports. Those reports are attributed sometimes directly to the Prophet Muhammad, and some of the events described in these books of hadith are early Islamic history. Okay, not
And what does hadith
necessarily.
mean? What does hadith,
Hadith,
mean?
the Arabic word hadith means a story.
Story. Okay.
A story. It means
So
it
it's
just
not
means a
law.
story.
It's not law.
It's not law. It's not law.
Okay.
So these books of hadith are collection of information that was done at least 150 years after the death of Prophet Muhammad.
Okay.
So the companions of Prophet Muhammad, they were not involved in documenting these books. They were not at
Okay.
all involved. For example, one of the companions, he's a long-standing companion. He's with Prophet Muhammad from day one. His name is Abu Bakr. You
Yeah.
can hardly trace 24 reports to this person. So there are no more than
Reports
24
meaning like
reports.
literal reports made, or just like a report,
A report
Stories
is an
or
oral story,
an account?
an oral
Okay.
account. Okay.
Okay.
So you can trace back to this individual hardly 24, not more than 24. So these individuals who were the companions of Prophet Muhammad, they did not bother themselves with the project to preserve these hadith books. they were not concerned with this. All their concern was the book of God. All right. Now what we have 150 years later is what the Christians who became Muslims in Iraq, that's where the population concentration was there, because those were population wise, they were concentrated, Iraq and Levant. So the
Yeah.
Christians
Yeah.
and the Jewish people who reverted to Islam 150 years later, when they were documenting um, Mishnah, and the Jewish people were working on their Masoretic text and documents commentating on the Masoretic text,
Pelu is
that's
upset.
when the Muslim response came, and they
Mm-hmm.
documented these reports called hadiths. Okay, and later on, the Muslim
And these were
the Sunni
oral, or they
Muslim-
were written, or they were first oral.
they were tracked from a chain of oral authority. So is the
Okay.
claim. Okay, so
Okay.
those chains go back to the Prophet Muhammad, is what is asserted. But
Oh, I see. Okay.
the Sunni position is all the hadith reports accumulated by the Shia people are unauthentic. So the Sunnis don't believe in their hadith books. And it's
Okay.
vice versa. The Shia people do not believe in the collections of the Sunni people, in what is called as the hadith books, right? So in a way, there is mistrust between these two communities as to these reports originally going back to the Prophet Muhammad. So the
Okay.
Quran does not require a Muslim to believe in these books that come later on. The Quran does not require.
Look
But,
at
but the
Pelu.
Quran
Sunnis
says-
require that?
No, the Sunni position that God
No,
developed,
I'm sorry, Shia. I can't-
both the Sunni and the Shia positions who developed this religious doctrines, which is like secondary sources in Islam, the hadith books.
Yeah.
They are the ones who developed it. Once these books got developed, then it got that it became the part of the doctrine to believe in them. All right, but belief in these
Look at
books falls outside of the fortress of the Quran. The Quran is very
Right.
clear when it says, the Quran says clearly, after God and His verses, which other hadith will you ever believe? So the Quran
Are the
itself is
hadith
asking,
one?
Wait,
Does everyone
Could
agree
I-
what the
could I
hadith is,
interject?
or are there different versions of the hadith?
could I interject something?
there are
here?
several. Yeah, just a minute, Numinous. I mean, there are several
For sure.
books amongst the Sunni. The famous books of hadiths are 6, but other than those 6 books, there are other books as well. Like
Okay.
some of them claim those books to be the foremost, such as Muwatta Ibn Malik's books is the foremost book of hadith, and there is also called as Imam Nawawi's 40
The
collection.
side eye is
So
crazy.
apart from the 6 books, major books of hadith, there are also other hadith literature amongst the Sunnis. But the Shia books of hadith are completely different. Okay, so the Shias don't believe in the books of the Sunnis, and the Sunnis don't believe in the books of the Shias. Okay, that's what it is.
But
That's the
neither of
situation.
them think they have the authority of the Quran.
Yeah,
No one
it-
thinks
this
it's
is
the
not in
same
relation
authority.
to the Quran. The hadith books do not have a claim onto the Quran.
Okay, so I would just use the analogy because I'm trying to understand it in Catholic terms. The Gospels, the 4 Gospels,
Palu
even
is
though
livid.
they're
No,
really
there is-
commentaries on the Gospel.
Thank you, Damius.
So,
Follow me?
so Ben,
He's
Ben,
seething.
the Catholic Church has agreed that Paul's epistles are on equal ontological status with the Gospels. It's all that, right? So
Yeah,
so
but they're
even,
not direct
there's-
accounts.
yeah.
They're not direct account.
For sure, they're not biographical. But I think the issue is that there's no direct analogy for the Hadith in Roman Catholicism. There's just not. I've tried to think of one myself, and I could not find.
What about the
one.
doctors
Like,
of the church, the early, like Saint
the,
Augustine?
no, because then the patristics is too low. The Hadith are more important than patristics, but they're not as important as the Quran, right?
But
So
not
like
for
they're
the
in this
Shia, though,
group-
right? Not for the Shia.
No, well, no. So there is no. I can't speak for Pelu. I'm pretty sure he's coming from a Sunni perspective. But for the Shias, they acknowledge that. Oh, okay, never mind. I will let him speak for himself. But from the Shia perspective, the Hadiths are not equal to the Quran. Nothing's equal to the Quran, but it is extremely divinely inspired and important, and also a supplicant to the Quran and to our understanding of the. Especially those Thakalain hadith that are directly related from the family.
All right, but
of-
Numinius,
of-
let me ask you this. So
Prophet, right?
let's say if you say the early patristic fathers, but the writings of the early councils are higher than the hadith, right? Like in the sense that a legitimate ecumenical council making
You mean
a
like the Council of
proclamation
Chalcedon,
is
for example?
inerrant,
Do you
right? It's a very high level of
yeah?
authority.
Do you
While
mean
the
so you're trying to
speculations
compare?
of
Well,
Saint
no, no, no,
Augustine,
no, no, no. Because
no,
do you know
right.
why? Here's why it still doesn't work. The reason why it still doesn't work is because there are some hadith that, in the Shia tradition can be rejected and are not on Sahih. So the thing about ecumenical councils in the Catholic Church is that those are all infallible. However, if you look at
Yeah.
certain hadith, let's say Majlisli, who is a famous jurist from the 1600s, says that a hadith is mid-level. It's not reliable, but it's also not necessarily poorly transmitted. It's like mid-level trustworthy, and it's only like mid-level importance. That's not infallible, right? So like there's lots of
Mhm.
wiggle room and room for disagreement, at least in the Shia tradition, about hadiths, with very few exceptions.
Wait, but
That's all I
Yeah.
can speak
I'm
of as a
confused.
non.
I'm confused though because I thought you just said the hadith was like not at the level of the Quran, but like inspired, like very
As
very
far
high
as
level. So
as
how
as
can
as
how
far as
can
the
some
I'm
of
gonna
them be
answer.
not as
I'm
highly
gonna answer.
inspired?
Go ahead. Go.
Okay. Like I said before, let's get back to basics, right? There's three derivations of revelation in Islam. There is there's the Quran, the Sunnah, and lastly the Ijma. Ijma meaning the consensus of the men of understanding, the consensus of the Muslims,
Based.
right? Now, and you could say it's the fourth thing, but it's not revelation, but it's the fourth part of law. It's called qiyas, meaning analogical reasoning. After you derive from the three sources, you could do analogical reasoning, but the analogical reason is not considered divine revelation itself, but it's a source of the Sharia law, but it's not in itself divine. But the three primaries are divine: the Quran, the Sunnah, and the Ijma. So that means the book of God, the consensus. I mean the book of God, the policies of the Prophet. Lastly, the consensus of the Muslims. Right. So now,
Wait, quick question.
problem
Are
is-
they all equal?
yes, the three. I'm gonna say they're all revelation. They're all revelation, right? But the Quran gives authority to the Sunnah, and the Sunnah gives authority to the Ijma. But all three are considered Wahi, revelation.
Okay, how is there a consensus if there's this split between Sunni and Shia?
That's the issue. They have two different consensus. That's why I have two different sects. We have two. They have different consensus. Even me,
Right.
Ibadi, Allah was common. We have a different consensus than them. So that
Yeah.
yes, there's an issue.
It's sort
And
of
we
like
have different.
how the Catholic and the Orthodox have a different number of ecumenical councils that they subscribe to. The Orthodox only accept the
Precisely,
first
something like
seven. But
Okay,
yeah,
Numinius, but when
so
when you go like I know that it was Catholic and then at 1054 or something like that there was a split. When was the split for
No,
Islam?
no.
Was it at
What
the
happened-
beginning?
There was
I'm
no.
gonna tell you.
Like I'm saying, what's
Okay,
what?
no.
What's the similarity to the Sunni Shia thing? Was
Okay,
when
look,
was
look,
it?
look, let me tell you how it goes, right? See, the thing about thing like I was trying to say before, right? The problem is people conflate Sunnah and Hadith, right? No book of Sunnah is sacred. No book of no book of Hadith is sacred, but the Sunnah it contains is sacred. You understand? So that's the reason why people get that's the main confusion people get. People understand like the policies of the Prophet are sacred, and we have to follow the policies of the Prophet. Now the question is, how do we derive the policy of the Prophet, and what records the policies of the Prophet? That's where we get these hadiths. That's why these hadiths become important. And of course, some hadiths are more important than others, depending on their chains of transmission and how many people transmit it. Like the highest level is called mutawatir, meaning things that were mass transmitted that we know that had to have been true because too many people said it wasn't, and too many conflicting people said the same thing. And if all those people say the same thing, how could it be false? So that's the highest level.
What I'm trying to figure out is like
I think-
if
but
Christianity
Grace-
had if Christianity had like about 1,000 years of one church and then there was a split. Okay, we can go back to whatever it was before, and both sides agree on that.
Good
For
question.
Islam, how long was that? Like, and then when
gonna
was
tell
the
you
It happened
split?
very early.
Well, wouldn't it
Very
be?
early, very
And then
early.
my follow up is, if it's very early, then how is there an original? Isn't it just two from the start, basically?
No, no, no,
there
no.
is a way we
There
can
is.
know this.
Okay, never. Okay, you want to answer first? Okay, I'll let you go first, and then y'all answer. Cause I know the answer, but
There is a way we can know this. There is a way we can know this if we cross-reference the Old Testament. Prophethood had always been something that was paternally passed down from Moses. Right. It had been passed on from tribe to tribe, and you can also cross-reference the Thakalain Hadith, where they actually have rituals where they pass on succession that resemble Leviticus 8. All right. So the Shias have a tradition where they can cross-reference the Old Testament to know that their tradition is the right way of interpreting the Quran. The Sunnis don't have that. I'm not even sure what they like.
no,
Maybe they have
because
like I don't
look,
know a philosophy.
I'm gonna tell you that's a Sunni invention. Cause look, you understand, the Quran, the Christian scriptures don't have bearings on the Quran. It doesn't have bearings on. It's not a source of revelation. So for them to do that, I don't know how the Shias derive that ideology that because the Bible says something that has bearing on the because that's the problem because a lot of because Shias and Sunnis are very influenced by Christian and Jewish thought. That's kind of their problem. So you're right about that. That's a big problem that the Shias have. That's why the whole thing is heretical because they instead of using what the Prophet brings upon left upon, they try to make a something else. But let me tell you about the split grade. Okay, the split happens really early. The issue is called the first fitna. Fitna means tribulation. This happens literally in the time frame of not too long after the prophet dies, like a lot of the companions of the prophet are still alive at the time. Well, not all of them, but some of them, but the old men. So this is in the lifetime of people who live with the prophet where the fitna happens. And in the fitna, what causes the fitna is after the prophet, of course, there are two caliphs after Muhammad, peace be upon him. The first Abu Bakr and the second is Umar. May God be pleased with them both, right? Now, these two are righteous people. These two are very righteous people. Everything works beside between them. But of course, but in the background, there are people who are saying that that of course they preferred Ali, the cousin of the Prophet, peace upon him, to have been the caliph. There's people in the background who have said that. But that's not what goes on. But there's a background movement of people who are thinking that, right? Who are thinking that Ali should have been there. Okay, now the third caliph comes. His name is Uthman, right? Now Uthman was from a clan called the Bani Umayyads. Now the Bani Umayyads were enemies of the Prophet from early on, but Uthman wasn't. He went against his family, and he was an early supporter of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He even led the first hijrah. That means the first journey of Muslims leaving from oppression from Mecca to Ethiopia. He went to Ethiopia. Matter of fact, actually went to see the kings of Ethiopia that time, and it was a big story. So I don't want to get too far aside. I just want to get straight into the fitna. But the fitna starts with Uthman. Now when Uthman takes over after Abu Bakr is killed by a Persian. As a Russian or something, he gets killed by Abu Lulu, gets murdered. Well, after the murder of Umar, peace be upon Umar the companion, Uthman takes over. But when Uthman takes over, I told you his family used to be enemies of the Prophet, right? But of course, after his family gets defeated by the Prophet, peace be upon him, they make a certain reconciliation, right? They reconcile with the family, but with his family. I mean, this, that, third. But then when he takes over, he starts giving a lot of positions to his family members. He starts like changing the nature of the state. He starts like, and he gets accused of mass corruption with his governors and a lot of things. Like for example, matter of fact, just looking at, I was just doing some posting some things about the fitna just now before I even talked. It's funny that this conversation came up. Like for example, like he would dispossess a lot of people that he conquered. Even the other colors before him, they didn't do that. Like for example, when he went to Syria and stuff. Of course the Muslim soldiers at that time just conquered the place, and they had a lot of money, war booty, so they would just take a lot of the property of the people when during Uthman's time, which before they didn't do that, and they had the money, so they buy it cheap and then make big profits. They basically exploited their position. So Uthman started getting a reputation for being real corrupt, and there's a lot of things that he.
Wait. Just to clarify, so I'm following. There was the Prophet. Then there was his two closest followers, and one of them was Uthman, and he became corrupt.
No. One was Abu Bakr. One of them was Abu Bakr, and the one was Umar. These were two righteous people after Muhammad, right? There's two righteous people after Muhammad.
There's four caliphs.
There's four caliphs, but the righteous don't know, but we dispute the righteousness of them. right? But
Oh,
I'm gonna start
Ibadis
with the
do.
first two. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because
I think
we don't
Sunnis
accept.
usually take the position that they're all pretty righteous. They call them
Yeah,
caliphate righteous.
yeah. But we take the first two are righteous. No, but even in the Sunni books, they'll tell you they even have a history about the accusations against Uthman and his nepotism and corruption. That's an historical record. And the
Who
Shia
did
will say that too.
Uthman come from?
Uthman came from Uthman was a companion of the Prophet himself too,
Oh,
but his family was enemies of the Prophet. But
okay.
he rejected his family. He went against his family to support the Prophet early on. But then when the Prophet conquered Mecca and he reincorporated the family of Uthman into the Islamic world, he reconciled with the family, the Umayyads.
Mm-hmm.
But when Uthman comes back, when Uthman becomes the leader of the Muslims, he starts giving in to like his family. He starts giving his family things that before other caliphs did not have the same nepotistic practices. He basically starts to basically codify Arab supremacy over non-Arab Muslims, which wasn't there before, because Muslims were equal. But when Uthman comes out, he starts like promoting Arabism and against the conquered peoples, especially the family, especially his family and the Umayyads, and he gets accused a lot of corruption, right? But eventually,
Okay.
people turn on him and he gets murdered. He gets killed by the Muslims. So now, when he gets killed by the Muslims, Ali, the nephew or cousin, but I consider him more like a nephew because the age he was a lot younger. He was technically the Prophet's cousin, but he's more like an uncle to nephew. That was the kind of relationship they had, and he took him almost like a son, right? And he actually married the daughter of the Prophet, the Lady Fatima. So now when Ali
Yeah.
takes over,
Did you know
so
that
now what-
Uthman married two of the daughters of the
Yeah,
Prophet of Islam? He married
yeah, of
two.
course, he married. That's what I call him Dun Ray.
Yeah.
But they died early. But
That's
yeah,
true.
he did. He did that early, and even when he was a kid, they weren't alive anymore. They unfortunately they didn't live long. Those two daughters, but so Ali takes over. So now when Ali takes over, the issue is some companions are saying that why isn't Ali going after prosecuting the killers of Uthman? Because a lot of people supported Uthman getting killed, but some didn't, right? So people are accusing Ali. The faction that supported Uthman are saying Ali should prosecute the killers, while the majority of people are saying good riddance to Uthman. To Uthman. So what happens is Aisha, who was the peace be upon her, but this time she was being bad. Who was one of the wives of the Prophet? And she was the daughter of Abu Bakr. Her, along with two other the companions of the Prophet, one named Talha and the other one named Zubair, they launch a rebellion against Ali. They launch a rebellion, but Ali defeats them in the famous Battle of the Camel. It is called the Battle of the Camel because Aisha was watching the battle from a camel, because she raised the army against Ali, and she's watching the battle from the camels. Everybody calls it the Battle of the Camel. So in the first rebellion, in the first time of the Muslims rebelling against each other,
Mr. Pelu,
yeah?
can I put some breaks here, because all of this information people can actually go and read on the internet.
Yeah, I think a diagram would be helpful.
Yeah, so what I
know
want
what I
to basically
mean?
see on this issue of the hadith is the following. As you can see on my screen, in Islam, who is the authority? Authority is Almighty God. That's the authority, right? So
Yeah.
now the Prophet obeys God. All right, the Prophet himself is obeying God. All right, so now God makes us a requirement to obey the Prophet, and after the Prophet has passed away, the next leader of the Muslim community will be obeyed. This is the doctrine that God gives us in the Quran. Now, what does God require from us to believe? Okay, let's look into
Where
the
does
Quran.
it say that? Where does it say
What
that?
does the Quran say
that
up
gets
here
passed on? How it
there
gets
is a
passed
Quran
on.
verse. There is a Quran verse.
Okay.
Which is Ati'u Allah wa Ati'u Rasula wa ulul amri minkum. Now here in chapter 2 verses 3 and 5, it sort of clarifies what is required out of people. Okay. Now God is clarifying what people should believe. Okay. Now let's
Mm.
read this. God says, those who have faith in the unseen, which is God Himself, establish prayers and give out donations from the provisions we have provided them with. Okay. Moreover, they believe in the cables given to you, which is to Muhammad, the Quran, and in the cables given before you. So the cables given before the Quran are the Gospel and the Torah and the books of the prophets. And they
Why
are
did you choose the
certain
word
about,
cables?
because I thought it's much more appropriate to say cables than
Not messages?
inspiration, than inspiration, because inspiration gets interpreted by Christians as being inspired, and that's not verbatim words of God, right? So I chose
What about
to.
messages? Why wouldn't you choose the word message?
It could be message or it could be cable. I mean, I prefer the word cable, coming from the divine, right? From across the cosmos.
Cable. That's archaic
Yeah.
in America to say like I got a cable because it's like a telegram, right? I don't know where that comes from.
Maybe
Yeah,
we
it
can have-
is, it
I can
is.
I can have a thought about it. I can have a thought about it.
Because we would
after-
tend to think
after-
of an actual like rope made of metal as a cable
Yeah.
that holds up
Okay.
a bridge. But there is that archaic sense of a like a telephone message through the wires. But
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's the kind of semantic I'm drawing upon here.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
the word cable. Yeah. Okay.
To try to
So
make it
it-
seem more immediate than something looser like inspiration. Is that
Yeah,
what
a
you're saying?
cable is like from point to point, point A to point B. So
Accurate.
it's coming from God. It's coming from God to the prophet, right? So that's the
gotcha.
sense I'm
Okay.
drawing here. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's pretty clear. The Quran clarifies. They believe in the cables given to you, which is Muhammad, which is the Quran, and in the cables given before Muhammad, which is the Gospel
Yeah.
and the Torah and books of the prophets. And they are certain about the next life. So we believe in the afterlife. Such individuals, God says, are guided by their Lord, and they are the ones who will prosper. Case closed. Now, there is no more requirements of beliefs in the books of Hadith, in the scholars of Islam, in in the uh, in the thought process of the early Islamic scholars. Nothing of that is a requirement. I'm not required to believe
Prophet Daniel,
in the books of Hadith, in the scholarly works of Islam. Nothing is on the table. There's a full stop.
Couldn't someone make the argument that
I
the
think
provisions
that-
include the hadith?
Nobody
well,
can make
I
an
was about to
argument
make a
because
similar-
nobody can
Oh,
make
Wait,
an argument.
provisions here means like money and wealth, right? Provisions.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
This
yeah,
has to do with like giving to the poor or giving
absolutely. Yeah.
to the Muslim
Prophet Daniel, I
community.
do have a
The
question,
needy.
which is
Oh, the
is
cables is what you're talking about, the message. And
Yeah.
you're
Do you-
saying
do you-
it's the Quran that's being referred to here only.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
The Quran, the New Testament, and the Old Testament. Is that right?
The Quran, not the New Testament, the Quran, the Injil, which is the gospel teachings of
Okay.
Christ, not the entirety of the New Testament, because the entirety of the New Testament includes apostolic works, right? Not those.
Yes. Yes.
Just the gospel teachings of Prophet Jesus, and the Torah,
right.
and
Which
the books
doesn't
of the
mean
prophets.
the Gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
The gospel in,
Because you're
is in
saying
there. The
that's a
gospel
corrupted
that
version of it.
Jesus preached, the gospel that Jesus preached is preserved in these books: John, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. It's preserved there.
But with some
my
inaccuracies.
question-
about-
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the
Yeah, yeah.
Injil, you're
Okay,
saying like
okay.
what we would call the proto gospel.
Yeah,
In the
absolutely.
sense that which was imperfectly articulated in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
It is documented
right?
in you can assume so. Yeah. But you
Okay.
have the Quran. The Quran has the authority because it calls itself as Muhaiminan alayh, which is a guardian scripture. If you have doubt in the earlier scriptures, because the way it got documented, you can refer to the Quran and see what doctrines you should not take from these books. For example.
So you're saying the
Have
Quran
clarity.
has higher
Supersedes.
authority than that which as a clarifier, in the way that Christians would say the New Testament clarifies the Old Testament.
The
that
only
right?
reason being that the documentation process of the Gospels is not accurately preserved like the Quran is preserved. Otherwise, all these heavenly books had authority on their own merit. The book of Moses, the Torah, had authority on its own merit. Gospel during the time of Jesus had authority on its own merit, but because of
As
the
opposed to
documentation
what?
process,
As opposed to the merit of, I don't know what you mean by that. As opposed, what does that mean?
means when Jesus was teaching gospel,
Mhm.
that was the word to go to. Like whatever Jesus said or taught was the ultimate thing. Okay, so now because the gospel has been documented in the way it is, like we have differing accounts, therefore we cannot discern some of the things from the gospel, and that's where
Okay.
the Quran positions itself as muhaimidan alayhi, as a guardian scripture.
Okay, but here's my question about that, and I'm just asking this in a like just a friendly way. How doesn't the Quran have the same problems
You
that
asked.
we see in the New Testament?
Thank you.
In the
The
sense
reason,
that
Love
I mean,
you.
absolutely, we discussed
you have
this
different
earlier.
texts.
Like
So-
we had discussed this earlier. The one of
20
the references that I
follow.
give you,
Thanks,
I mean, you
guys.
have to go and actually investigate his work. His name is Margain Wan Putin. Okay, he's not a Muslim. He's not a Muslim. He's not even a Christian.
Mhm.
I think he's an atheist. But currently, he's doing research in the manuscript tradition of the Quran. Okay,
Okay.
so he's investigating the early Quranic manuscripts.
Using historical methods, you're saying, right?
Uh,
Like just
Absolutely.
academic.
So
Okay.
his project is funded by some of the universities in Europe. Okay.
Okay.
So he's the go-to guy on the Quranic manuscripts.
Mhm.
Okay. So he says there is no contest between the preservation of the Quran and that of the biblical books. There's no contest. The accuracy with which the Quran is being preserved is super high, super high.
Okay, so but you would say
Yeah.
that from a secular
Horns a little
perspective,
late.
right? Like in other words,
Absolutely.
Shut
you
up.
don't need to have faith.
To say
You're
that.
saying you can
To make the
just
statements that Margain
do
Van
the
Putten makes.
research
Yeah.
and you will come if you're open-minded. You'll like, for example, I'm not equating the Quran with the Book of Mormon, but they are similar from a Christian point of view in the sense that they're like sort of new revelation. Um, there are Mormon scholars who will say the Book of Mormon holds up to scrutiny, and then of course there are a lot of people who would say it doesn't. And I think the same is true of Islam. I'm not an expert on it, but I think there are going to be different attestations. The only thing I am aware of is that there is some evidence that the earliest mosques faced Jerusalem, not Mecca. Is that like? I think that's true.
Not the mosques, but this is a tradition that's well established during the Prophet Muhammad's time. It's found in the surah. This same exact surah, Surah 2, has the information in relation to facing Jerusalem, because the early Muslims, when they immigrated to Medina, in Medina they found a companionship with the Jewish people.
Yeah.
So that's when for the very first time obligatory prayers were instituted, right? So Muslims as a community are praying for the very first time. They're praying because before that the prayers were pretty much voluntary. Okay, they were not instituted as requirements, but once they move into Medina, there is this requirement that you have to make 5 daily prayers.
Thoughts on
and they're
D-Dog's
facing
birthday wishes
Jerusalem
for his
the very
woman.
first time as the qibla.
Thank
to
you,
have,
Tony. I reacted to it
companionship
last night if you want to
with
watch
the
it.
Jewish people.
Also,
right?
I'm going to react to
Okay.
it in the future
And
gambling
then,
stream.
because the Jewish people
Kino.
do not fully
It was Kino.
integrate with this
Awesome.
new prophet,
I loved it.
then obviously the direction is shifted back to Kaaba. Okay, so that initial
29.
bit was
Let's
to
go.
find camaraderie or camaraderie with the Jewish people. Okay, in Medina.
Yeah.
So
Let
the
me
initial
just
direction towards Jerusalem was to find camaraderie. But what we have in the history of early Islam is some of the mosques that you were mentioning of. Some of the mosques that were built out of rocks in early Islamic period, when the armies went out of Medina, they did not have a sense of direction. Okay, so when they don't have a sense of direction, what they are doing is they're treating Levant as the West.
yeah.
Okay, from Makkah, right? So
Yeah.
they're building mosques in the direction of east, and that is pointing at Petra. So that's where some of the critics of Islam, they say, oh, the early Islamic mosques pointed at Petra, not at Makkah. So
Oh,
they
okay.
sort of come up with this controversial claim that early Muslims worshipped Baal in Petra. Mecca was not
Petra,
even
which is in
there,
Iraq,
which is in Syria. Not
Syria.
Petra,
Okay.
Palmyra. I'm sorry, Palmyra, which is in
Okay.
Syria. Okay, but that's just not the case. The case being, these early Muslims, when they went out, obviously back in that day, you can imagine you lose trajectory of the sense of direction. The general understanding was they went into the Levant, which was west of Mecca, so they pointed their mosques
Vest.
towards the east, and that was not the most right thing for them to do. They should have pointed at southeast, and
Mhm.
in that case they would be pointing at Mecca, but they just pointed at east, which is unfortunately that's where you have um, Petra, Palmyra, and etc. Petra and
And they didn't
Palmyra,
have
in
they
the
didn't
direction.
have what do you call those things?
Compasses, yeah, later on,
Compasses. So you're just saying loosely they
absolutely,
used the sun
absolutely,
probably to line it up, right?
absolutely,
And okay,
absolutely,
but can I ask
yeah,
you a question? So if you say
yeah.
Islam is susceptible, so you're saying the Quran you can look at in a secular way and it holds up in a sense better than the New Testament, but you're saying it doesn't require like the God to specially inspire you. You can just look at it. Historically, it holds up better. Correct. So you're saying I've heard this from many Muslims. Islam is a rational religion. That it is really evidence based.
It's
Oh, that's good. That's
absolutely.
helpful.
I
I
mean,
put
Those are
some of
this
my
good.
books.
I put this up here just because I was
Whoa.
just doing a little research. I was comparing, this is like the Christian sort of history
Yeah.
as opposed to the Muslim history. Just I was trying to understand when the breakoff occurred. I don't know if how accurate
Right.
this
Yeah, I
diagram
will
is,
answer that
but
quickly, Grace, for you. I heard you guys talk about it. The thing is this: the break off between the Sunnis and the Shias is what we call as the first civil war in Islam, and that happens like within 30 years of the Prophet's passing away.
Mm.
Okay, that happens during the time of the fourth Caliph, Caliph Ali, and the governor in Syria. He was wielding a huge power at that time because the Muslim armies were stationed in the Levant, facing the Roman Empire. So he was wielding great power, and he was the governor for a long time. So he disagrees to Ali's administrative institution. Basically, when Ali took over the caliphate, he became the caliph, and his administration, the governor in Syria, which is Muawiyah, he sort of had breakout with Ali, and he did not want to come on board the caliphate. Had his own grounds of justification, whatnot. So Ali took his armies and fought Muawiyah in Syria. This is called the first civil war. So it's people who supported Ali became the Shia. Shia means a supporter. So Shia Ali means supporters of Ali. So that's when the tradition took off from there, stating Ali should have been the first caliph and not Abu Bakr, Uthman, or Umar. Okay, so the rest of them became the Sunni people, right? So that's the break off. But the Quran precedes this break off.
Right.
So the Quran is codified, and this civil war happens as an later thing, post
but you can
codification of the Quran.
sorry.
But wait. And
You,
Sunni and Shia agree on the basic text of the Quran.
Absolutely.
They don't have
So
two
there is
Quran.
agreement. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
but you can see how for a Christian
Yeah.
a split 30 years in seems crazy. I understand Christianity has its own splits, but if you ignore the Council of Ephesus and Council of Chalcedon, it was basically
Chalcedon.
1100 years of solidarity that you can at least go back to and refer to. And then there was the
Yeah,
There
schism.
but Islam is more
Grace, there is
a
a fundamental
Quranic
there's a
religion.
fundamental difference between the Christian schism and the Islamic schism. The Christian schism is theological in nature, but the
Yeah.
Islamic schism is political in nature. Okay, that's the fundamental difference. So if you are surprised, you should really go back to ancient Israel. In the aftermath of Solomon, his two sons divide the kingdom. Solomon's sons, they divide the kingdom. So it's like in the next year of Solomon's death, the kingdom is divided into northern Israel and southern Judah, right? But in Islam, it took 30 years for the split to happen, right? So I mean, these splits are not a surprise because these are political entities, kingdoms are involved, and there's a lot of authority, power wielding, and economics are involved. So you can imagine people would fight over it despite living in good spirits. Okay, they may have their faith, they may think of their faith as puritanical, but there is a fallout of the glory of God. Some individuals act in that way. You can't help it. This is just politics. All right. But what we have is a proof text, which is the Quran. You can always fall back on the Quran. The Quran is precedes these civil wars and splits and schisms. So that's the go-to text. So if you go to the Quran, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to refer to any Islamic scholar, any books of hadith, not required. God does not require it. God only requires your allegiance to the books of God. Okay,
That
so
sounds
look
very
at
much
Quran,
to me
you
like
follow me, you're fine.
that sounds very much to me like Muslim Protestantism. That's what Protestants say is just go back to the Bible. You don't need to be a part of any particular.
No, but it is inherently. But Masood, what I understand when there's a reference to the quote people of the book, right?
Yeah.
Which is used in Christians primarily.
Yeah.
I think it's a derogatory term, right?
It is not. It is highly respectful term. You can say jizya was derogatory. You can say that, okay? But let me clarify that. Let me clarify that.
Yeah.
People of the book. Before I clarify this, Grace, can you appeal your audience to sub my channel? Because that would be fantastic. All right.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Prophet
I'm
Daniel
really
has
struggling
spoken,
to-
guys. That's the panel
Force
we're
them
on.
to under threat of the sword.
He will declare
So-
fatwa if you do not subscribe.
Okay, now here we go. I've got some amazing content on my channel, by the way, guys. For you guys, I have been doing debate reviews. I've done debate reviews of Jack Brancatella and David Wood, Libiano and Inspiring Philosophy, Mike Jones, and Jake Brancatella and Apostate Prophet. I've done debate reviews, so have a look at those debate reviews and let me know what you think in the comments.
When you invite our audience,
Yeah,
we do not really basically police chat. So we
Right.
have the most, like I would say, the most open-minded and funny people,
yeah.
but also some people feel it's not an echo chamber, and so they're going to be very Western and whatever they're going
Right.
to say stuff.
Yeah.
So just so you know what you're asking for.
Don't worry about it at all. I
They're
mean, I'm a
terrific.
Western guy. I
Okay.
admire
They're
Americans.
super intelligent, but they're going to do the jokes about camels and whatever. So,
Don't worry
just so
about
you
it at
know,
all.
because-
I love Americans. I lived in California. I was in San Diego, the most beautiful place. All
It
right?
is. Southern California
Yeah.
is gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah. So now here is what I have to say here. Sorry, my mind is very fickle. I just the thing that I was talking, it just escapes my mind. What was it we're talking?
Grace was like sort of questioning, like how the earliness of the split isn't a kind of anti.
Oh, the
right?
Ahlul Kitab. The Ahlul Kitab. Okay. The
I'll be right back,
Ahlul
guys. Gotta
Kitab
go to
is
the bathroom.
not at all derogatory or pejorative word. It's not. It is highly respectful. In fact,
Okay.
Ahlul Kitab is a greeting with which you receive the Jew and the Christian. Okay, so it's a
Okay.
greeting that God brings. Yeah, ayyuha means dear. That's how you render it. Yeah, ayyuha in Arabic is you render it as oh dear people. That's the kind of connotation it synthesizes. Yeah, ayyuha.
Okay.
We say yeah ayyuhan nabi is oh dear prophet, right? Ya ayyuhan nabi. So it's highly respectful. So
Right.
ya ahlal kitab is oh people of the book. It comes with this connotation of receiving the Jewish and the Christian people into the embrace of this new
As opposed to the use infidel,
prophecy.
as opposed to infidel, or is that
Infidel is
infidel
kuffar.
in Arabic
The
is
term for infidel is kuffar.
kufar, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Kuffar. So kuffar is an infidel. Basically, the connotation that implied during that time in the 7th century was a kuffar is a person that fights this movement of Islam,
Oh,
the
okay.
bandwagon of
Alright.
Islam. Whoever puts up a fight against it, that would be a kuffar. But who would somebody who would
So you could be a
undermine
kufar
Islam-
who is also a person of the book, but it's more about how you're interacting than what you believe.
Do
Yeah,
you mind if I
somebody
who
interject you real
somebody
quick?
who would undermine Islam
Yeah.
and act hypocritically would be called as a munafiq. Okay.
Mhm.
And somebody who does polytheism and not necessarily fights Islam would be called as a mushrik. But the one who mounts rebellion against this movement, bandwagon of Islam, is who is identified as kuffar, a
Okay.
guy who rebels, basically.
Well, we
So
would say a
Ahlul
heretic.
Kitab is highly respectful. Even jizya, for example, is it's not a pejorative concept at all. For example, the reason being this: so the believers who were Christian and Jewish, but they were mu'minun, they were believers, were equal with the Muslim believers. Okay, they were all called believers under the same umbrella, and they
Okay.
would be required to pay the zakah.
Right. The
Okay,
tax.
zakah.
Yeah.
But the kuffar of the people of the book, the Quran uses the phraseology kafaru min ahlil kitab. So of the people of the book who would rebel against the authority of Islam,
Mhm.
they would be fought until submission
I love to fuck camels.
and made to
Bring
pay
me
jizya,
your
which
camels,
is a
you
lesser
white
tax, by the way. It's not
infidel
as equal.
filth.
It's not. I know that historians argue that jizya was a higher amount of taxes as compared to the zakah, but that's just polemics. I don't agree with it. Zakah was higher in value that you needed to render to the Islamic government, because as believers you have higher duties in Islam. Okay, so non-believers who would be subjugated because they fight Islam and therefore they would be subjugated, they would
Yeah.
be paying a lesser tax, because the duty of defense of God's religion is not on their shoulders. So as such, they will not pay the component to defend the religion of God. They
I
will
need
only
some
pay the
special
component
care.
which would be required of them to look after the poor, the needy, etc., etc. Right? So in that sense, jizya is not derogatory at all. It's
But they
a
would not
concession,
be
a
allowed
concession
to.
payment.
But they would not be allowed to like proselytize or publicly
No,
challenge.
they would
right?
definitely be allowed to proselytize, because it's the duty of the Muslim believers to protect the churches and the synagogues. The protection of the churches and the synagogues, God entrusted the protection of those holy places under the Muslims. So the Muslims
Wait.
would
So
have the
they would be
responsibility.
allowed to proselytize? Yes.
Of course,
or
they
no?
would be allowed to proselytize. Of course,
So they would
So
be
they-
allowed to
proselytize,
attempt
to evangelize, to convert
evangelize.
people.
Like Jews really don't do that, but
Yeah,
but Christians
but
certainly
Christians
did.
would be allowed to evangelize.
Under a Muslim regime.
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the protection of the churches and the synagogues was the responsibility of the Muslim caliphate.
Because under a
According
Catholic
to the
regime,
Surah-
Muslims would be
according to
tolerated
the
but
Surah
not allowed
22.
to proselytize.
No, they can absolutely proselytize. There's no hiccups there.
Well, but that's not true, certainly, of every Muslim regime.
Electing faith is the individual's responsibility. In fact, the early Muslim soldiers, they advocated the rights of their women who were Christian from the Levant, and they went to the churches on their behalf when they were denied access because they married the Muslim soldiers. So the Muslim soldiers went to the priests and they warned them not to restrict the ladies to come and pray in the churches. So Islam does not forcibly convert people. This is just a lie that a series of Orientalists have always done to the Westerners.
But what did you mean by then they will be? You said they will be. The kufir will be. You said they will be forced to submit.
The subjugation, the jizya.
Gracie,
They will be
you are
subjugated.
getting to
What does that mean?
Yeah, what that really
Politically?
means is this. I mean, if you have a situation where armies are engaged to fight you, and these armies are Christian armies, because you understand the Levant was Christianized under Roman Byzantine Empire, and so they would fight you. Your expansion would be obstructed or by them. But Muslims had the duty of resuming the Davidic kingdom in the Holy Land. So the long-standing promises that God had made to Abraham, which I call the Abrahamic dynasty, The responsibility now shouldered upon the Muslims to reinstitute the Davidic kingdom on the Holy Land, which was abolished during the Babylonian activity or incursions and the exile period, right? So
Yeah.
then, when the Muslims resumed the military activity to reinstate the Davidic kingdom, anybody who would fight this expansion would be fought against. So if the Christian people
Yeah.
were to fight, basically the Christians don't have the legitimacy to fight. That's not what Christianity is. Jesus said, if the kingdom was mine, my disciples would take up swords and fight. And therefore he said to Pilate, hence is not my kingdom. So Jesus clarifies this kingdom is not mine hence, and as a result, the Christians are not required to fight. But if the Christians fight, they would be fought with, okay? Because
Yeah, I understand.
God
So you're
says
saying
if they fight you,
militarily they would fight, politically they would
absolutely.
fight, but
So
they would
God
not
says to the Muslims,
subject their belief.
absolutely, if God says to the Muslims, if they fight you, you have to fight them back and put them under subjugation, because they should not fight you any longer, right? But the jizya itself is not it's a concession tax, because these people, they don't want to be Muslim, they don't want to be not Muslim, they don't want to be believers, they oppose
Yep.
Islam, but they will be subjugated if they opposed it, but they will not be taxed higher, because these people don't have the responsibilities to defend the kingdom of God. So zakah is a higher tax as compared to jizya. Jizya is a concession tax, and as such is not derogatory, therefore, for those reasons.
Okay, interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. There's so much that we take in, especially I think in America, as true about Islam, that is just, it's the air we breathe. You know what I mean? But it is, I think, highly inaccurate. It comes from various sources, but like there's really not a lot of advocates for accuracy in terms of Islam. There's no real, the winners write the history, and in America there's really no one arguing for the Muslim side when a book gets written.
No, I totally get the point. These are extremists, basically. You also have them in Islam. In Islam, the Salafism is an extremist ideology. They never talk good about the Jews and the Christians, for example, even though the Quran talks good about the Jews and the Christians. The Quran have several statements directly honoring Christians. It says, among the Christians, there is a community that always stands on justice and fairness, and they are dedicated to knowledge, and they are kind. These are the statements of the Quran to the Christians, okay? But these Salafis who come out of
Thank you, enthralled viewer, for subscribing.
These modern day madrasas, the Islamic universities, they don't have these good words to share with the Christian community. They are with the idea of, some of the prophecies in the Quran that are already being fulfilled, they want to relive them. They want to see the day when the whole world, every house in the world will be Muslim. Sorry, guys, that's not going to happen, all right? Because there's a verse in the Quran which says, up until the Qiyamah, the judgment day, there will be Christians and there will be Jewish people. So how can there be a world when every house will become a Muslim? That situation is totally fallacious, illogical. But these Muslims who are extremists, they want to relive the times the Prophet lived. Those times have expired. Okay?
We have Christians like that too. We have
them.
Christians like that too.
You absolutely have Christians who do the same thing, because that's why they support Israel, current regime in Israel, because they want to see Jesus come back, and they want to see the fulfillment of some of the prophecies which have already been expired.
I agree with you. Yeah,
so you have these fanatics, extremists in all these three religions, even in other religious traditions.
Yeah, and of course Zionist Jews in a sense are trying to do something that is very hard to see as a continuation of the kingdom of David, right? It's fundamentally different. But anyways, so I think you find that in all groups. But what I'm interested in is, let's say you're saying this European scholar, he says the Quran lines up better, it has better attestation than the New Testament, right? Something like that. When I'm looking at some of the verses of the Quran, it doesn't seem to me like there would be any, like, these are just sayings that are beautiful, for the most part, fully compatible with Christianity. I'm not sure whether we have to say like one is true and one is false. I guess maybe that's about like historical facts that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the verses you put up there, I don't really know how you would say like, well, you have to choose one or the other
No,
in
it's
terms
not
of
at all. It's not
Christianity.
at all choosing between the two. I mean, if you go down to my channel and check, I run sometimes I run these streams that are titled "Which has a better offer, Christianity or Islam?" So
Yeah.
what I'm basically talking is this: with Islam, you have additional responsibilities. In Christianity, you have responsibilities which are based on humanities, social services, human services. But in Islam, you have those responsibilities for sure. You are responsible over human services, social services, but
Mhm.
you also have military responsibilities. So in Islam, you have to be functioning the kingdom of God, and you have to be uh, putting up a defense to defend the kingdom of God. That responsibility is in Islam. It's not in Christianity. Therefore, Christians
Okay.
cannot
Okay.
fight. Muslims have to fight. So, with this comes a better offer. The more you strive, the greater the responsibility, the greater reward. So, God does not intend to convert you guys forcibly, but there is an
Hmm.
option. If you want to convert over to Islam and take up greater responsibilities and function at a higher level, you may function at a higher level and derive
Yeah. Yeah.
greater benefits on Judgment Day
Yeah.
in the next life. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is there's a Muslim kind of understanding of what Christianity is that we're totally not aware of. Really, like very few Christians are aware of it. So, like even this idea, like Muslims, it reminds me of how Jews will say non-Jews don't have to follow the laws of Moses; they only have to follow the Noahide laws, and not everyone has to become a Jew because it's not that type of. It's not a universal religion, right? Whereas Christianity, I think you would admit, Christianity and Islam do tend to be universal. But what you're saying is like Christians can function in Muslim society, but just their job is not to run society and to engage in wars uh, by their own scriptures, which I think is interesting. But from a Christian perspective, the view of Muslims, I don't think has been fleshed out. And what I'd like to just propose to you is that it's possible for Christians to say that Muslims um, largely uh, have, let's say, really good ways of like ways of having society, and also a lot of good like I don't know. You'd almost say it's like self-help, like don't no tobacco, no pig meat. Like these are actually it's really good advice for living a healthy life. And there aren't a lot of real theological claims. Muhammad is not presented as similar to Jesus Christ, and you don't have like so. So while we would, I mean, obviously there are huge differences in terms of the crucifixion and the Trinity. I'm not sure. Let me just say, I don't think God would allow something as huge as Islam, and it is almost miraculous how quickly it took off. If it was just pure evil, do you know what I mean? Like, which a lot of Christians say, in order to be a Christian, you have to believe that. I don't know how many times I've had this argument. We don't worship the same God as the Muslim people. And they have to say Muslims worship the devil and the prophet. And I'm not saying this to be blasphemous, was actually receiving, satanic messages. Like, that's an extreme position. I don't really think we have to have that position. Although, do you know what I mean? Like, so I I think you do have to see the work of God in the incredible spread of Islam. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's true because you also had an extreme spread of Christianity. So they both, kind of can both claim like an amazing breakout, and actually, to be honest, Mormonism currently is like looks like similar. Like, wow, how could something so different be so popular? I don't get it. But in a certain sense, Islam is more friendly to Catholicism than Protestantism in the sense that you have, or even Judaism, because the Jews had to say that Jesus was really like, there's places where they say like he's really bad, whereas Muslims say he's a prophet. So, and as far as like the Virgin Mary goes, like you have a great respect for the Virgin Mary, where Protestants largely don't. And so it's almost like, you know what tier lists are on the internet,
Yeah,
where you have a
my,
tier
my
list?
response to that would be this. Look, when Islam was pitched in the heartland of Arabia, it
Yeah.
really brought in this ecumenical pitch. Okay, it just
Yeah.
ignored it just ignored the sectism that was prevalent
Yes.
amongst the Jewish people, amongst the Christian people. It
Yeah.
didn't really spare any time, any amount of page or ink to delve into this.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
so
Right.
the approach that Islam took off with is, these are people of the book, these are Ahlul Kitab, they have the book of God. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the kind of pitch it approaches, and sets off this ecumenical work, and embraces the Christianity and Judaism within its fold, and
Right.
quite automatically, it's like you're already on board, you're already believers, so just come
Mhm.
on board, and let's do the defensive work for the kingdom of God. Okay, but
Mhm.
if you are not wanting to come, okay, you can stay away, but if you rebel, that's when you will be fought against. Okay, so
Right.
the idea is not to deal with each one of these different sects, for example Catholicism or Protestantism or any other different sect, but to
Mhm.
treat them as a homogeneous body, and to advocate the renewed message of God, which is like, what is important, the doctrinal, what are the important doctrines? Worship upon God, the Shema, that Jesus gives the same Shema which Moses gave. So Muhammad
Yeah.
reiterates the same Shema, which is, we all have one God, right? I mean, these are the common denominators. So we
Yes.
can actually collaborate and come together on these common denominators, and then function as a
Yes. Right.
fruitful society. So that's
Yeah.
the intent of God Almighty, right? So God Almighty has one intent: to reclaim what was holy. Holy land was holy to God for a reason, because
Mhm.
he had given promises to Abraham that this land will be a dynastic land from where the banner of one God would be heralded throughout the globe. All the foreign nations that were pagan or foreign to the God of Abraham and had foreign gods, they would be brought by the fruits that the people of God would produce in this holy land, Jerusalem. And
Mhm.
since then, you see, Jerusalem remained in the Muslim hands for over a millennium. Like, how long did
Yeah.
you reckon the Jewish people had Jerusalem for? You can argue at most 500 years. And
Right.
Babylonians came and possessed it. And thereafter, the
Yeah.
Persians possessed it, the Greeks
Right.
possessed it, the Romans possessed it. And then who possessed it up until now? The Muslims possessed it. So
Mhm.
the Islamic empire was foretold in the book of Daniel. Prophet Daniel has spoken. That's why I've got this handle for myself. That
Mm.
Prophet Daniel's prophecy to Nebuchadnezzar is in favor of Islam, which, by the way, was in favor of Christ. Christ came for that purpose. Christ came as the Messiah to do the exact same business that Prophet Muhammad ended up doing. But
Mhm.
unfortunately for Christ, the Jewish people were not on board. They did not realize that. They were not ready
Mhm.
for it. Okay, they did not obey Christ. And therefore, Christ provided a deferral. I say it's deferral. You also have videos on my channel, the deferral of Jesus to Muhammad, right? So Prophet Muhammad defers or delegates his business to a future spiritual teacher, which is, by the way, Muhammad. And when Muhammad comes, he fulfills all these messianic prophecies that
Mhm.
remained unfulfilled up until that point, right? So Prophet Muhammad
Mhm.
comes and fulfills all these messianic prophecies, resumes Davidic kingdom, holds Holy Land, and advocates the fame of God from that place. And all of these surrounding nations, which were seasoned in paganism, were reconciled with the God of Abraham. Ancient
Mhm.
Persia reconciled with the God of Abraham. All of these ancient traditions in the Levant and the northern side were reconciled back to the God of Abraham. And this is how God does and performs. And when God does these
Sorry.
things, it's wonderful.
Mm. So you're saying that Islam, because we get the sense like these are just absolutely incompatible, and you're saying Islam had a more like we're brothers, but there's differences, but we're more brothers than we are absolute adversaries. The adversary is paganism and jinnism and all that stuff, which Christians would agree that is like far more of an adversary. But history has brought in this thing with the Crusades, which I think you could say on both sides there was this kind of absolutism because of war. You tend to make even your brother your enemy. We had within Christianity also, and of course you have that in Islam as well, Sunnis and Shias killing each other,
I mean,
which you're gonna have. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the numbers now worldwide, it really has emerged that Christianity and Islam rule the world. And if we got together without fighting, we could do far without necessarily, this is what I would say, without necessarily agreeing on everything. And there are major obstacles. We could clearly wipe out our agreed enemies, which I do believe we would call like the new Satan, Bolshevism, communism, abortion, like, which may not be worth our while to keep fighting each other. Do we have to get full resolution on everything before we unify against, for example, what looks like World War III emerging in the Middle East? Shouldn't the Pope and shouldn't Catholics stand in solidarity against, this kind of nuclearization of the world, right? Like that is clearly the devil's work. And do you know what I mean? Like, can we work on some level?
Yeah.
That is
So
that
look,
is
there's this concept of tenancy. Okay, I don't know how much familiar you're with. All right, there's this concept of tenancy. What it basically is this: the land that's holy, that belongs to God. Okay, I mean, of course, ontologically, the whole earth belongs to God. That's a different idea. But on this earth, God has chosen a piece of land that's holy to Him, right? So that's Jerusalem, all right? Now, God, He wants to do changes and reforms in the world from this land. So what He does, He wants agents. So first, He picks up Abraham and He gives him the promise, I'm going to make a great nation out of you. Okay?
Mhm.
So he's got two sons. So He says, I'm going to make a great nation out of Ishmael, and I'm going to make a great nation out of Isaac. So then He settles Ishmael at a far off place in the desert, and He settles Isaac in the land, in the Holy Land, close by, right? But then that promise took time to mature. So the children of Isaac going to slavery, the children of Jacob's going to slavery, 400 years, they are now a nation. They have got a population with which a nation can be built, right? Now they are laborers in Egypt. God has trained them how to do labor, how to do industry. Basically, he's got them trained over there, and He's also taught them some humility. Being slaves, it's not easy. You learn humility being slaves. Now is the time to fulfill the promise that God made to Abraham. So He brings them out through great miracles unseen by humanity up until that point in time. Sea splitting miracle. Moses rescues them through Exodus, brings them out, and He could have settled them in the wilderness, right, where they were eating manna and salwa. He hit the rock and the fountains came out for Israelites to drink. He could have settled them there. But no, that didn't really happen. So He brings them to the Holy Land, to the Promised Land, all right? And that's when a nation begins, the kingdom of David. And there's a great kingdom, the kingdom of Solomon, right? Now, God talks about these people as tenants to the Holy Land. And that's where we have the parable of the tenants in the Gospel of Matthew, in the Synoptics, basically in the Gospel of Luke as well. Now, Jesus says, look, God was sending you managers. And the managers came, and some you killed, and others you rebuked. And more managers came. You did the same thing. Now, the tenant, the owner of the vineyard has sent his own son. And guess what? You want to kill the son. And what happens if you kill the son? he is going to come and demolish you.
Right.
That's what the parable states. Okay. So once they rebelled Jesus Christ, who was the Messiah, the Son of God is the symbol that carries authority from God. Okay. It's symbolism. Okay. Once they disobeyed Christ, came the punishment, the curse. Jesus cursed them. He said, the fig tree, I'm sorry, look at that fig tree. I cursed it. And the disciples saw that being uprooted. Okay, it uprooted and died. The roots were no more in the earth. They were uprooted and it died. So what does that mean? Jesus clarified in that parable, in the very same parable in Matthew chapter 21, he says, the kingdom will be taken away from you, meaning Israelites. The kingdom will be taken away from you and will be given to a foreign people, a Gentile nation.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the curse that Jesus pronounced, and it was fulfilled. In 70 AD, the very enemies of the kingdom of God, the Romans, were brought in, were summoned to destroy the second temple. So they came in, destroyed the second temple, shot off Jews as refugees in the world. And in the lead up, we have the Byzantines, just kick away all the Jews from Jerusalem and basically sack them up. And then we have what? A replacement. New people are inducted into the kingdom of God as new tenants. So the Arabs, they are brought in as a new tenants onto the Holy Land, and they come in and they are doing the business for God and doing the right sort of business in the beginning. But later on, they do the same exact mistakes that the Jewish people did.
No, wait,
So
can I just correct you? Do you disagree with this? I've checked. The idea the Arabs came into the Holy Land is a little bit inaccurate in the sense that they evangelized the people that were in the Holy Land, but they didn't really.
No, what I mean by they came in, what I mean by coming in is coming in with administrative capacity. Not evangelizing, with administrative capacity. Okay, to institute justice, righteousness, and compassion. So the Arabs came in,
push out the natives, right? You know what I mean?
They pushed out the previous administration, which was the Romans,
the rulers,
not the natives,
the
natives.
But they largely
respect the natives.
The natives.
The expansion of Islam,
it wasn't like a foreign invasion. It was more of a taking over power, but then converting the people that were there. It's not like the Arab people. Some did, but I'm saying it wasn't like a displacement, like you see in Zionism. Is like displacement.
No, it is not a displacement. It is not, because it's God's kingdom. God's kingdom does not believe in displacement of people or genocide. It believes in administration. Okay, the good kingdom, the kingdom of God, is built on administrative systems and capacities. All right. So the Muslims come in and resume the Davidic kingdom and administer justice and righteousness. And then the Arabs, the Ishmaelites, basically, they fell short. They fell out of the glory of from the glory of God. So what did God do? Same, because God's ways do not change. So God effected another replacement of tenancy. On this occasion, he brings the Turkic people from far off distances and gives them the kingdom, and they hold the kingdom of God up until the 20th century. Now, what we are seeing right now,
the Ottoman Empire was kind of Turkish.
As another transition. So the first transition was God, through the crusading forces, punished the Arabs, okay, and then again gave the window of opportunity for the crusading forces to become Muslim and take over Islam, take over the Quran, and then do the administration for God. But they did not, so they were kicked out by Seljuks and Mamluks, who were Turkic origin, people of Turkic origin. So God brings them in, sets up his kingdom again, and it continued up until 20th century, basically. Now what we are seeing is another transition where now Americans are involved with the Zionists.
Yeah.
But you know what? Guess what? God will give the Holy Land only to people who will pledge their allegiance to the Quran. If Americans want to possess the Holy Land, they can. They have to pledge their allegiance to the Quran and then become kings in the Holy Land for a next age. This is how God functions. So
well, Masood, go ahead.
Yeah.
I just want to, because you're giving a kind of narrative
Yeah.
that assumes that the possession of the Holy Land is super important. And I don't think actually Catholics agree with that. Do you see what I mean? Like, in a sense, we're happy to let someone else run the Holy Land because as Christians, we don't like, you know that like at a certain point in time, the church owned quite a bit of Europe, but not really in the sense of ruling Europe. And there never was only very briefly was there anything synonymous to a caliphate in the sense of the Pope actually being the emperor. Like that really isn't how we roll. And when the papal domains were taken away in 1870, when even the papal states in Italy were taken from the church, and it was reduced to the Vatican City, which is just a few blocks in size, we have no problem with that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we see ourselves as a spiritual Israel. And even you could look at the Crusades as simply making sure that the pilgrimage sites that Europeans could access them. Although, of course, there were people who did like created kingdoms there. But originally, the idea is we're okay with the Muslims running it as long as they allow Christians access, right? The Crusades, there was relative peace with Muslim control of the Holy Land until the Seljuks, I think it was the Seljuks, who started killing Christian pilgrims on their way to the Holy Land. But before that, there wasn't a tremendous desire to retake the Holy Land for Christendom. Do you follow me?
I think to be fair, you know, to the Islamic empires. I mean, Islamic empires at times might have been rogue. I can give that to you, but to be fair to them, they would never kill pilgrims to the Holy Land, especially the Ahlul
Okay.
Kitab. Okay, Ahlul
Maybe
Kitab.
maybe that's
Because-
maybe that's like
because
propaganda,
the
but that was what
demographic-
was said.
because the demographic of ancient Israel, like medieval Israel under the
Yeah.
Islamic Caliphate, it was always composed of churches, synagogues, and Muslims, because it was the Muslims who rehabilitated the Jewish people into the Holy Land. It was Omar, to be precise with. The second
Yeah.
caliph, Omar, is the one who rehabilitated Jewish people in the Holy Land. Okay, so
Mhm.
and the protection of the churches and the synagogues in the Holy Land was a Muslim caliphate responsibility. So I
Yeah.
cannot imagine the Orientalist narrative of the West, that Muslims were somehow killing the Christian pilgrims. That's just a fallacious thing to say.
That could be, but you understand, like that's the story as it was told to me when I became a Catholic, right? That's the story of the Crusades.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, the Islamic expansion in the Levant into the north, against the Roman empires, created or bred resentful hearts amongst the Christians against Islam. Okay, this
Mhm.
expansion on its own merit had bred some form of resentment in the European Christians. So
Yeah.
you can imagine the obvious response has been a crusading force. Okay, the obvious response
Yeah.
has been a crusading force. But to be honest with you, Christians are not required to fight, let alone fighting against Islam. Christians are
Yeah,
not
maybe
required to
a
fight
better
anybody.
a better way to talk about it is like the Iberian Peninsula, where you don't have the Holy Land being involved. It's definitely true that the Christian people saw the Muslims as invaders who collaborated with the Jews, and therefore they wanted to push them out, to have a Christian kingdom under Ferdinand and Isabella. That's definitely true. As far as like as far as the Jewish people being protected in Islamic countries, I think that's really interesting because in the 20th century, the idea that the Muslims were the enemies of the Jews is crazy given World War II. Clearly, the Europeans and the Jews had very major problems coexisting. And I've heard it's like this kind of, Hasbara that like, the Muslims hated the Jews. They couldn't, and then they had to go to the Holy Land to get away from. It's largely not true. And so I think you can make an argument that Islam is more hospitable to Jews than Christian nations. I think that's pretty solidly
Historically
attested.
speaking,
It depends on the
historically
time.
speaking, that's
Yeah,
been the case.
and with
you
of
know,
course there's going to be exceptions to the
because
rule.
all
Like,
of
how
the
do you know
program.
Al Husseini was extremely hostile to Jews? He was the leader in the Palestinian territory. So
Yeah, I'm sure there's exceptions, but I do think that's largely IDF Hasbara that in a sense, like to equate like what went on in Europe, in Poland during World War II, to the experiences of Jews in Muslim countries. It's just, there is no comparison. There was no genocidal impetus, I don't think, anywhere among Muslim countries. Of course, subsequent to Zionism, there's been hostilities, but I don't think it. I think there was there were long-standing Jewish communities throughout the Muslim world, especially the Arab world. They were prized for things like medicine, learning,
And even Ottoman Empire.
law, and so forth. And
it's more recent. The problems are recently. So a lot of Middle
Yeah.
Eastern, what you would call Mizrahi Jews, have a lot of anger towards Arab Muslims because of forced expulsion, like from Iraq, like from the Farhud and stuff. This is
But what's
very
interesting-
recent.
yeah, but what's interesting with the Iraq, there's a guy who is an Iraqi Jew, and he claims that it actually was it was his fellow Jews that orchestrated these like bombs in Iraq, which frightened Iraqis to get out of Iraq, and it wasn't really actually the
Frightened Iraqi
the
Jews.
Muslim. I'm sorry, I get so confused. Yeah, but that it was largely like they lived there in peace, and they considered themselves Arabs culturally, though they were Jewish, and there really was no friction until the Zionists wanted to force Jews to identify against being Arabs, and then actually these are false flag operations. I think that's well attested. So it really wasn't the Iraqi people who pushed Jews out so much as like that Jews created a fake hostility. But anyways, those are like those kind of things that are. But
Wait,
but,
so
you know, what's
can I
interesting
ask
is like, go ahead.
Is it really important for Muslims to have control of the Holy Land of Israel, or whatever you want to call it, that
Sounds
area?
like it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you want to possess Holy Land, it's God's possession, correct? God is the one who's king and sovereign over the Holy Land, not just the Holy Land, but the entire world. But he does business of the Holy Land, and we have seen that historically speaking. Every 500 years or so, he evaluates the tenancy, and he revisits what the tenants are doing every few seasons. Like he waits for seasons, right? He waters the garden, fertilizes the garden, and waits to produce for the garden to produce a good yield. But if the garden is not producing good yield, he brings down an axe, cuts them down, and throws the wood in the fire. That's what he does since ancient Israel. So he did that with the Israelites. He did it with Ishmaelites. He did it with Turkic people. Now again, it's a time of transition. He's waiting for new tenants. And if that is Americans, now Americans, if you guys want to hold tenancy into the Holy Land, there's a clear way. Embrace the
Wait
Quran.
a second. Wait, can I ask you a question?
And you will have the Holy Land.
Wouldn't that mean that you're saying, if we talk about the Holy Land today, that God wants the Palestinians to be ethnically cleansed because he's like clearing it out? There's new tenants coming in?
No, that's not what it is. God never does genocide, never commands ethnic cleansing. If Americans were to take Holy Land and be the new kings, you will have American administration to institute justice, fairness, and compassion. That's what I mean. So the governors, the presidents, the ministry, the system, the administration.
He's saying it wouldn't
will
be
American.
Zionism. It would be.
You will not be Zionism clearing off Palestinians, but you will be instituting justice, fairness, and compassion by being the kings in the land.
But Catholics generally don't want to be administrators of the Holy Land.
If you don't want, you don't want. God can't help it. You will not be kings in the Holy Land. That's all.
No, but I'm saying it's like you said. You were saying Christians are commanded by our Lord not to seek that. So maybe we have a different mission in the world, because
of course,
the last thing I want us to do is get involved in wars in the Middle East.
But that's exactly what America is all about: wars in the world. So America is a war machine. America
Catholic.
is a war machine. In the last 100 years, it's been a war
I
machine.
agree with you. I
I mean, you
agree with
can't
you.
deny that, right? So,
Yeah, but
so if this is
I
what,
am
if
opposed
this
to
is
that.
what,
And most
if this is who you are, and if this is what you want to do, then be Muslims. You'll be on the top of the game by being
Well, the
Muslim.
last few popes have been very against it.
But yeah, I would say that the Catholic tradition is almost pacifistic at this point because of the nature of war. We would say there really are. You can't even conceive of a winnable war at this point. And for example, when the Crusaders, you say the Crusader kingdoms, right? Like where there was a brief time where Christians established kingdoms in the Holy Land. I don't think there was any movement to put a big church on the Temple Mount.
It's not about church building. It's not about mosque building. It's
well, I mean, but that's the
you're not getting the
holiest
point. You're
site,
not getting
right?
the point.
Like that's one
No,
of the
no,
holiest sites, right?
no, you're not getting the point. The point is not to put a mosque or a building of worship. The whole motive being to institute justice, fairness, and compassion. This is what is called as the cornerstone in the biblical language. The
Yeah.
cornerstone is not to build a temple, but to build the institutions of justice, fairness,
Sure.
and compassion. All right.
Okay,
this is
but, but when the Al Aqsa Mosque, at great cost, was built, I'm not sure when it was built.
Yeah.
On the Temple Mount.
Yeah.
There was obviously an understanding by Muslims that this would not go well with the Jews, right, who were going to be seeking a new temple right there.
No, because the Jews were kicked out of that place. In Byzantine Rome,
I agree.
in Byzantine Rome, not a single Jewish family resided in Jerusalem. It was the Muslims who rehabilitated them back in Jerusalem. So why would the Muslims who built the Al-Aqsa Mosque on Temple Mount be worried about the Jewish response? Because the land did not belong to the Jews any longer.
Yeah, and I think there are Jews today who believe that, like anti-Zionist Jews, some of whom reside in Israel, say like this is really properly the regime of the Arab peoples, right? And so that you would agree with those people, and they're waiting for a Messiah to come or whatever, and until then, they want to be peaceable citizens in a sense of a Muslim kingdom, and they don't think what America and Zionism is doing makes any sense. And so that would be compatible with what you're saying, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying in effect is this. The time of the Jewish people has expired. They will not be kings anymore. The times of the Arabic people has expired. They will not be kings anymore. The times of the Turkic people has expired. They will not be tenants or kings anymore. These tenants are expired. Now God is wanting new tenancy, new people. It could be the Chinese, it could be Russians, or it could be Americans. If anybody wants to be the new tenants in the Holy Land, you better work with the Quran, and God will make a kingdom out of you for the next 500 years.
But why? What if the Catholic or Christian self-understanding is we don't want to be kings in that sense? We actually
then you will not have it. As simple as that. You won't have it.
To be under the. Do you know what I mean? Like Christianity, in many ways, the Christian self-understanding is that the age of the martyrs was the greatest time of the church. Like it was tough when Rome converted because now you have this worldliness, which probably Islam doesn't really have this idea of worldliness. You know what I mean? That we tend to be not legalistic, right? We tend to favor freedom over legalism, and say like you gotta. We would say we try to understand the spirit of things rather than the letter of things. That's a definite difference between Muslims and Catholics, right?
Ben, I have to actually excuse myself.
Okay.
I mean, because I've got something to do right now.
Of course, yeah, sure.
Okay, and it's you don't believe me. I've really enjoyed talking to you and your beautiful daughter.
Same here. Same
all right,
here.
and your people from your channel. I mean, it's been really wonderful talk with you. I would love to continue to talk. Okay, in the future. You have my email on my channel description. Okay, Prophet Daniel has spoken description. You have my email there, and also my email is available on my website here, my Quran website here. please email me, and we
Okay.
will get in touch, and we will put some topics that we can do discussions
Yeah.
on in the future. So I would love to I would love to see this friendship build,
Yeah, yeah.
and this
Just so you
dialogue
know, you're going to
continue.
get people who are going to tell you I'm one of the worst people in the world. It's all
Don't worry about it.
lies, but like I
Don't worry
think you
about it.
understand as a Muslim, like
People talk to me like
people
that.
lie.
What can you do? People are people.
Yeah.
They did not spare Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus was, spoken like that. So what can you do? What do you expect?
They're
What
going to
should
tell
I
you that
expect
my
from the
daughter and
people?
I engage in acts that are heinous,
Don't
whatever.
worry
So
about
it's
it.
just the
I mean,
internet.
we
So
understand the way the world functions these days and the mentality of the people. But what I do recommend, what I do ask people is, do your duty, hit the like, do a sub if you haven't subscribed, and engage. So also engage on my channel, sub my channel. Prophet Daniel has spoken. You know what? I need your help and support to do what? To defeat atheism. My hench is against atheism. All right, I'm an expert against atheism, and I've written books against atheism. Like the themes in my book, they revolve around atheism. And the guy that's famous in America right now, Justin Deconstruction Zone, DZ Debates, he owes me a debate, and he's currently not responding to my emails because my subscribers are so low. Who will give any heed to a guy who only has 200 subscribers? So
let me make one suggestion to you. There's a guy named Manar Reports. He is one of the funniest. He's you bring the kind of calm scholarship. He's Muslim. He's a wonderful guy, but he's supercharged. Like he's almost out of control. You guys would be a great team. And I do love Manar, but he, accuses me of everything under the sun, but he's a great-hearted guy. It might bring that, if you know what I mean, like the kind of drama.
we can try.
Which can be fun and can get you a lot more viewers.
We can
But
absolutely
he
try.
will
Yeah.
inevitably accuse you of everything under the sun as well.
Yeah,
so.
no problem. I can deal with everybody. So
Yeah.
don't worry
I can
about it. I'm built for this job, so I can deal with
Okay, yeah.
anybody and everybody. So
Yeah.
all I'm saying, Grace and Ben, father and daughter, you're beautiful people. I love talking to you, and
Likewise.
do give shout out to your fans on your channels to sub my channel. And I'm looking forward to doing more debates. I've got debates coming up on modern day debates as well. So we will do something together. And I love your help and support because I want to take down Deconstruction Zone, Justin, DZ Debates, because he's causing havoc to Christianity right now in the West. I want to take him down. So with
Okay.
your help and support for the glory of God, do your
Yes.
business. Hit the like, sub if you have not subbed, and
Ecumenical
come and
jihad.
engage.
Ecumenical
engage.
jihad.
Absolutely, that's the phrase to go
Yeah.
to go with. Ecumenical jihad.
Yeah.
So all the
right.
best, guys. Thank you.
Thank
God bless
you.
you all. And soon, please write me emails. I'm looking forward to your emails, and we'll set up something. Ben and Grace. Bye.
Look, I just have to say, as a modern American woman, Muslims can get a little laborious in their explanations of things. Okay, that's just me. Okay. Very nice guy. But I apologize if I zoned out a couple times. I just sometimes I just can't follow. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm from a different time period. Let's keep going though. Come to my stream. Poppy. OBS stream. Blinded by rainbows and watching the wind blow. Do you sleep at night? I doubt it. Hello.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was good.
What a nice guy.
Very nice guy. Whoopsie.
Definitely a cultural difference.
Yeah.
But that's part of it, right? It's like it's a different vibe. I have the feeling he can get lost in a kind of scholarly ghetto, right?
Yes.
And he may be okay with that, but I get the sense he really wants to not get lost in the minutia of the stuff, but really do what Menar's doing. And I think those guys would be a hilarious team together because
Yeah, because he could be the solid one, and then Menar's like,
yeah, like he's
I
got
issue
all the
fatwa.
doing the yeah, because I do think Menar has the same idea.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do the see what I'm trying to do is say, does Islam have to really be what it is? Can't it? It's gonna have to shift. And I understand why it's become sort of calcified in a certain way.
Yeah.
But like, I don't want Muslims to get crushed by
Yeah.
secularism.
Right.
I think they're holding their ground in a certain way. And I especially value talking to someone who is from Muslim cultures with the accent. Because this thing where he's saying like the Holy Land, right? It's like, we don't really roll that way.
No.
Catholics don't really roll that way.
But maybe
Even during the Crusades, it wasn't really so much a problem. Like, we have to retake the Holy Land. Like, we're good with all of Europe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And
Right.
North and South America. Like, we're
We're
on
good.
the risk board. It's like, okay, we're doing pretty well. And now we're taking Africa. It's like, really, could you convince a Catholic to, you know, like, the last place we want to go is the Holy Land? It's just like,
Yeah. But I think
Cringe,
it actually
you know?
works out a little bit. Couldn't it just work out that like
I'm super glad the Vatican wasn't built on the Temple Mount
yeah.
because
Well, maybe he's right to say like God passed on something to the Muslims because they are a
Yeah.
feisty people. Like I don't like the Palestinians.
not really, they're super nice.
No, I know, but they're fighting it out with the Jews right now and they're winning.
Yeah,
So-
it's like
and they're not
you
even really
guys real-
Jews. Okay, Zionists.
Zionists. Yeah.
Which is not the same thing. But I don't know, like they certainly
But
have
see,
a role to play.
what I'm saying, Grace, is there's ways of thinking that like are foreign to us. So he's like, if America wants to take over the Holy Land, great, just be Muslim,
Yeah.
right? Which is like foreign. It's like,
Several layers.
oh, okay, so it's not a territory thing because Muslims are not Arabs. It's who cares, right?
Right.
He's kind of saying, yeah, okay, you could say Arabs are losers. That they like, we got no problem with that. Just like I say, Europeans are losers. Fuck them.
Yeah, right.
If they're gonna if they're gonna sit there and wrap condoms around their dicks and wonder why black people are suddenly arriving, be my guest. I
Right.
know the answer because you're doing that. You know
Right.
what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm not really very attached to European Christianity. I mean, I am, but if Europeans aren't attached to it, fuck them.
Right.
They should get slammed in the dustbin of history. Because look at what they came up with when they abandoned Christianity.
Right.
National socialism, ultra-nationalism, Anglo-Saxonism. I mean, have you seen these people's teeth? This is the ruling race? Nordicism? I'm Nordic. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
We're the superior people because of some continent that used to exist, you know what I mean? And you hung out with Madame Blavatsky in Russia? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, we have
We got runes. Suck my dick.
we have the tacos on the Wednesdays. We get them from the Krugers.
Yeah, I mean,
It is a
we're
tradition.
gonna set up like a Nordic empire. I mean, Nordics are retards. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah.
It's like Inga, the fat milkmaid. You know what I mean? It's like, and you know, Bjorn goes fishing and brings home sardines. Okay, great. Like, it's not really like,
It's not that impressive.
it's not like, I just think it's this like bizarre racial fantasy that Hitler had. He didn't even look like us.
No.
I don't even really look like us, but
No.
like, there are people in my family who do have that look.
Yeah.
And somewhat I look. I mean, I'm 6'8". I am in many ways. a great specimen of Nordic triumphant masculinity. I think all the ladies out there will admit that.
True.
But I mean,
You don't have blonde hair or blue eyes, though.
I have green eyes.
Green eyes, the rarest.
No, it's not the rarest.
Green is.
I have hazel eyes.
Hazel, okay, hazel is less. There was.
I mean, I got a great beard. I'm the envy of like all of the low testosterone Celts. You know what I mean?
Speaking of low
Suffer!
testosterone, Raptor Blue blocked me on everything. I was.
You fucking bitch! You racist! You racist bitch!
I was trying to reach out to him because I was like, I just hope there's no hard feelings. I really would like to debate again sometime. Blocked, banned from the server.
Well, now you just have to call him the N-word.
That's stupid.
That's the only way you're gonna get him back.
Killer Tony was wondering your thoughts on D-Dog's birthday rant to our special friend.
I predicted that. I'm a prophet in my own way. I was like, this, when it finally comes to fruition, I mean, it's so perfect. The Lord provides.
Yeah.
Here's the thing is like, as much as people want to say like, okay, I'm done with the Thorposphere, it's like you're having sex with another Thorbiter and filming it. You really think you're out of the Thorposphere?
That porn is going to be leaked. Those two people did not make that video for private consumption.
That would be a fun AI. That would be a fun AI.
That's true.
Because someone could put it out there, and then if someone said, well, that's not fair, you could say, well, it is. You talk about your sex tape. Like, really going to take that to court? Because how would anyone prove real, not real?
True. It has been confirmed that there is a sex tape.
And I would just love to see people construct what they think the sex tape would look
We
like.
need some
is it
slapping in
good
there.
sex, bad
Premature
sex?
ejaculation, slapping. It was made to be leaked. Exactly, Killer Tony. Two streamers don't meet up, low-tier streamers for sure, and film themselves having sex and
It's
talk about it
crazy,
constantly
yeah.
to not leak it. It's going to leak in the next month or two, obviously.
Well, there are legal issues about something like that, but
I know, but
when they both consented, if they both have a copy, I mean, they know. It's
Yeah.
just who's gonna get there first.
I don't usually watch sex tapes. I didn't watch Hormaxers. Actually, I did watch Hormaxers.
Do you think the hamster is brought in at any point?
Not Shinneman. I
well,
bet he's
if you
through the
want,
underwear hole.
If you want a high tea male, Cinnamon's your go-to.
Cinnamon was slapping his balls on her forehead too.
Why not? At that point, can everyone have a good time here or what?
Why does Cinnamon have to be the cuck?
He's intact, obviously.
Oh, fully
He's backed up. Ooh.
swollen.
That'd be great if the sex tape it like pivots over to him and he's just against like some ball of shavings or something like. You need a multi-camera setup.
Remember, like Sponge made the AI of like Cinnamon taking notes. Explains why D-Dog had cinnamon on his chest. Yep.
Our orbiters are very talented people. None of them are self-reflective, but that actually works because otherwise they'd be boring.
True. Yeah.
So they're all crazy in their own way.
Yeah.
And they initially seem they have that all have that like quality of like you could put them in a certain situation and they become super interesting in ways you could never. I mean, I guess you could predict, but
Yeah.
it's way out there. Like
Yeah.
the deepest aspects of life are suddenly just like, here's a unhelmeted head smashing against concrete to help us go viral.
Tune in
Wow.
next time.
I wouldn't. That's thank you. I
Yeah.
guess.
For legal reasons, we do not condone unconsensually making AI porn of anyone, considering that is illegal. We are simply expressing that would be a funny thing if that did happen.
Well, they could do it.
They could do it. Sure.
Or they could do it consensually. I don't know how many. You have to have everyone consent? How do
I
you
don't know.
establish the consent of a rodent?
Shinneman, can you shine this form? By the way, Dad, who do you think won the the Super Bowl?
The Seahawks or the Patriots?
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots.
Seahawks. Slammed them.
Oh.
Slammed them. Apparently.
I believe the history of Super Bowls is they're usually routes. They're not usually good games. And usually the AFC crushes the NFC and the Patriots are in the AFC, I think.
Mm.
Like the conferences are like, it's almost like JV and varsity.
Mm. I didn't
Do you know what I mean by AFC?
No. American Football Club?
Like they have the American League, National League within Major League Baseball. So all these teams play each other and all these teams play each other. So that's why you have like the New York Yankees and New York Mets because you have two, and then, you know, they figure out the two best and then they play each other. It's not necessarily the two best teams. You get how that works?
There's like they're
There's
all
two
playing
leagues,
football. There's
like-
two leagues.
Yeah.
They get the best from each league and put them against
It's not
each other.
necessarily East and West, though. It's like,
Yeah, sure.
it's, I don't think there's any geographical alignment.
Mm.
That's how it works in baseball and football. So these leagues generally play each other all season. The teams in this league play each other all season
Yeah.
than the two best teams. But if one league kind of sucks, their best might be like worse and
Oh,
just
like
crush.
way worse, yeah.
So the football games themselves are usually blowouts.
Mm.
But it's usually that the AFC teams blow out the NFC teams, I think.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
why that's important is beyond me, but like,
It's an American tradition.
it's like Catholics and Orthodox in like Ukraine. You have the Bishop of Kiev, and then you have a Catholic Bishop of Kiev, and it's like a mess. But anyways, it's all like done consensually, I guess. And then sometimes they'll play cross-league games, but it's unusual. So you can have what was called like the Subway Series, where the New York Mets and the New York Yankees were the championship. And so it's just in New York City
Mm-hmm.
because one's in it. Oh, whatever. I'm tired of talking about that. I want to end myself.
Mount Hope Bridge. Now, can I complain to you briefly about something? And I said this to you in text. Muslims can get tiresome. No?
Well,
I mean,
I think it's a cultural thing. They're storytellers. They're a
Yeah.
storyteller culture. They're polite.
yeah.
And so they don't have that. Like, I wanted to do this like back and forth. Like, tell me how that's similar and different to Catholicism real quick.
Right.
Let's just go back and forth. The companions, are they like the apostles? Do they have authority? Is companions capital C? You know, is the Hadith like early Christian writings, or is it like the writings of Paul? Can we get a quick parallelism? But I couldn't get to my plane that I wanted to land was, if there's no real authority as to what the Quran is, then can't
Testing
you
mice.
just change it and say it was lost in translation? Like, there's a variant. Doesn't that open it up?
Yeah, but isn't the whole problem that they all agree on the Quran and then it's all after that?
Well, yeah, you have to revisit that.
Yeah.
But they do it with Christianity. They're like, hey, you guys can do this. You can just say it was lost in translation, but we really can't because it wasn't.
Right.
But, you know, they have this thing that they appeal to, which is really hard to do, which is what actually there were these people who did this in, like, in the 60s and 70s, where they tried to say what was the real gospel. And so they used a series of criteria that was basically anti-Catholic to say what was really the core message of Jesus, and it turned out it was exactly their
Really?
mentality.
What a coincidence.
So you have to be careful that you're not like you're using scholarly criteria. But in other words, there is no document prior to the 4 gospels. There just is none.
Mhm.
There's a theory that there was what's called the Q source, which was a series of sayings that the 4 gospels then took and each of them utilized. And there's also a theory of like, if you look at the gospels, Mark is really short.
Uh-huh.
And so the idea is that was the first one. And then the Matthew and Luke, which are also similar, took that framework and elaborated on it. Matthew towards the Jews and Luke towards the Gentiles.
Mm.
Okay, maybe.
Mm.
And then John clearly is much later and is bringing Hellenistic concepts and mystical concepts in.
Yeah.
And I think that's well attested.
Mm.
And it is different than the other gospels.
Mm.
But proving that stuff is there's like, so if you say, well, I know there was a real gospel here and like the divinity of Christ wasn't part of it, like, yeah, it's tough to, it's baked in.
Yeah.
And what they call the Muslim dilemma is saying Jesus was not crucified.
Yeah.
It really looks like he was. Do you
yeah.
know what I mean?
Right. They say something like
The
he was
divinity of Christ you can more question because like Arianism,
Yeah.
which was hugely prevalent in that area
Mm-hmm.
of the Middle East, you can argue for. I don't think you can make a strong argument, but like you can argue for. But like to deny that Jesus was, and their idea is Jesus wasn't crucified because God wouldn't allow his prophet to experience that kind of infamy.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to have to find a way to say like, can we erase that?
Right.
Because Christians aren't going to budge on that, and it's well attested.
Yeah.
It lines right up.
Yeah.
It's historically accurate.
Mm.
And it was common practice. It's not like we're saying that's a miraculous thing. Like that is what the Romans would have done.
Yeah. Right.
And the Jews they agree the Jews clearly rejected Jesus.
Yeah.
But they're like, he didn't get crucified. They're going to have to find a way through that.
Mm.
Because either the Quran is right and the New Testament is wrong, which is really hard. You're going to have to toss the New Testament out. Or
Yeah.
the New Testament is right and the Quran needs to be modified.
Right. Because the Quran says the New Testament is the word of God, but also says...
Well, the Injil. So they say the gospel, by which they mean, in a sense, the message of Jesus.
Oh.
The prophetic message of Jesus.
Mm.
We take the gospel to mean, if you ask a typical Protestant or a Catholic, what does the gospel mean? If Jesus came into the world, became incarnate as a God man who then died on the cross. Like they don't accept really any of that.
Yeah.
But I find it interesting. Like what I find more interesting than that stuff, like you could sit there until you pull all your hair out.
Yeah.
I don't know how far we're gonna get on that because that shit was done in the 700s, the 800s, the 900s, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we've been through that a million times.
Yeah.
Their theory is that the texts were corrupted. So they say we believe in it, but like the texts were corrupted.
The Bible.
So
Text.
you're appealing to an earlier text. Now it is true that we don't have any original texts of anything in the Bible.
We only have copies.
Yes, but that's also true of the Quran.
They don't have the original Quran.
And there's some question about even he said like, okay, like so the theory you have this process that goes from God to, let's say, something I look up on the internet.
Yeah.
It's a series of steps.
Uh-huh.
And then there's actually me reading that and understanding it. So there's from God's mind to my mind is a series of steps.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Okay. the Catholic understanding is that all of those steps are protected by authority,
Mm-hmm.
which we clearly define.
Mm-hmm.
Muslims don't have authorities here, at least not in the way we do.
Mm-hmm.
And there's controversy along the way here.
Yeah.
So, and then of course, the last step, you have interpretation. So even something which seems clear cut, like I think it's called a surah, like a verse of the Quran,
Mm-hmm.
the surah about beating your wife, I think it's clear cut, moderate endorsement of corporal punishment.
Yeah, I agree.
But most Muslims who are at least working in English say it's actually against corporal punishment almost entirely. So they've interpreted away the obvious thing in a backwards way.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
they end up saying, if you read it literally, what it means is you can only beat your wife with the equivalent of a cigarette.
Yes.
And that's not really a beating at all.
Right.
Okay, good. I like the creativity.
Yeah.
So, and like, who's to say you can't? Who is to say you can't interpret it that way? You can say, it's the words of God,
Yeah.
spoken through an angel, and this is what it ends up with. Okay. Let's do more of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cope away.
If you can get there with that, because I mean, it was arguing against the brutal beatings which took place
Yeah.
of women and girls, just the outrageous violence towards women,
Yeah.
which took place in that culture. Undoubtedly, they
Mhm.
will agree.
Mm.
Brutal. And it was a pulling back, but I don't think it was pulling back to the level of this.
I don't think
I
so.
know Arab women. They need a lot more than this. But
Remember
I get
that-
that Arab men are like, okay.
That woman who was raised in Pakistan, who I debated, this is an Arab woman. She's like, oh, I'm not Muslim anymore. I don't like Islam. So what
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to do is dress my whore ass up in a bikini and read the Quran on OnlyFans. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see why a woman like that
Beating.
might need a beating. Yeah, I can see
Beating.
it. I get it. I don't think a cigarette tap would be efficient, would be efficacious.
Take her in front of all the elders of the town.
I mean, they're
Just laugh her
crazy.
way through it.
Those women are crazy.
Yeah, I
They're
do
scary.
believe that. Here's the weird thing about it. I think Islam, as it's interpreted, and Islam is just every Muslim person.
Yeah.
Although I would admit that, like the Orthodox, although there's no reason they couldn't break into a million different pieces, they largely haven't. There is a consensus.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Protestantism, which is just a million different branches.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Nothing held together.
Right.
And even the branches that held a while are now splintering, like Anglicanism. It's like,
Mhm.
holy smokes, is this movement subject to splintering? I mean, but Islam, not really, and Orthodoxy, not really. Although there's really nothing coherent keeping it together. It largely stays together
Mm-hmm.
on the basics.
Mm-hmm.
It's now starting to splinter. Orthodoxy is starting to splinter. Jay Dyer is, he's a new thing, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah.
but if Muslims are interested in becoming the if they see the religion as administration
Yeah.
and running and having laws,
Mm.
I'm not sure whether I give a shit. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, go ahead, do it. Like, maybe you guys, we can, like, I'm not saying this would be easy, but why not have you guys, yeah, you want to fight the Israelis and Zionists?
Yeah. Right.
Be my guest.
Go
Like, I'm
ahead.
not interested.
Right.
I'm just not interested, but like Al-Aqsa Mosque, why don't you show a picture of that?
Yeah. One sec.
That's a baller move.
True. True.
Like,
Right on top of where the temple used to be. No.
It's
Just
like,
like,
oh, okay.
fuck you.
This is the Jewish holy site. How about we put a mosque here? Which, interestingly, when the Jews tried to rebuild the temple, I think it's well attested historically that God sent like balls of fire to just wipe them out. But he didn't do that with the Muslims. He's like, okay, you can build it.
Yeah, no, he let them do it.
And because I don't think God likes being forced to like send balls of fire. It's kind of like
Yeah.
cringe.
Cringe. Yeah, I mean, this
You know,
is
it's like too like, okay.
when
like,
it says it's too extreme. When it says Western Wall, that's the Wailing Wall, right?
yeah, which is the ancient foundation, let's say, of the actual temple.
Yeah, right.
So now to restore the temple, you've got to knock this down,
Right.
which is going to piss off 1.6 billion people.
Yeah. Right.
So it's kind of a stalemate. I think God's like, okay, I'm good with that. There's not going to be any like heifer getting sacrificed here, though.
Yeah. I think Muslims are like maybe the thorn in the Jew side.
Well, in a certain way, Christians could see them as like a buffer people. It's like,
Yeah.
like Eastern Europeans, it's like, you want to be rock people? Perfect.
Yeah.
In order for the hordes from the East to get through to us, which is what they want to do,
Yeah.
they're going to have to go through you. And you will make them rue the day that they ever set foot on your land, not because you'll defeat them, you'll
Yeah.
demoralize them with your personality.
Yeah. Right.
Because you won't convert, but you're not really on, you'll just sit there and go, okay. You're the rulers? Okay, let's see how that goes.
Right.
Rule me, bitch. I've been ruled. I expect to be ruled.
Yeah.
All I do is create problems for rulers, but I don't really want to rule.
Yeah.
We're just we're just conquest deflators.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Sure. Wave your fucking flags. Now you have to rule over us. And we play the long game. You'll just be like, okay, that was a fucking mistake. Let's get out of here. We've lost all of our resources and all of our
Morale.
sense of conquering. But not because they defeated us at the border.
Yeah.
Because they're just so fucking stubborn.
Right.
Which is why Putin, when he's like, he's not going to really say it, but he's like, well, you think I want to fucking conquer the Ukrainians? You think I want to rule over these N-words? You think I want to you think we want to retake? We did that. The Soviet Empire, right? It's just like, you cannot do it. You can't break these people.
Mm.
We had the gulags. We starved them. They just don't
Yep.
give a fuck, right? They
Yep.
just sit there with their fucking potatoes like, yeah, starve me. I'm not industrializing. Oh, okay. You want us to make cars? How about the Yugo? We made them. Was the quality control there? Not really. But we made them, and we shipped them over to America, and we sold them for $2,800 each, and they exploded within months. But we served our Russian masters, okay? You want to try again? Should we try something else? Do you want us to make semiconductors? Do you have any idea of what that's going to do to computers? We make sluts. We make vodka. And we grow potatoes.
Yeah,
More than
imagine
that,
imagine trying to rule over Boris. It's like he's not going to win militarily.
no, it's not Boris.
But-
It's Miloš. Boris is the Rus.
No. He wasn't Russian.
Oh, Boris, you're saying the actual guy Boris? Yeah.
Boris.
It's a Russian. I think it's a name of Russian origin.
I think
Yeah.
so. He was Ukrainian, I think.
Yeah.
He didn't help fix the car.
I mean, and the Russians aren't much better themselves,
True.
but at least there's some sense like, okay, we've got to get something going with our own people. And it was a fuck show, right? No matter how much Nick Fuentes wants to yank off about it, it's like he pulled the Eastern European people into the modern age. No, he didn't. You ever been? I mean, you ever seen what goes on over there? I know Tucker
Carlson went over there
because he could get like bread, and like they've mastered the Aldi cart, which is like for him like wow.
Guys, look at this.
But I mean, he didn't stay.
No.
And you know how Hungary is impressive in certain ways, but like, you really want to deal with Hungarian bureaucracy,
We have
the language.
We have a Yugo defender in the chat. I don't think Ben knows shit about Yugo and its creation.
Is there a single Yugo on the planet at this point?
I don't know. Yugo car.
I lived through Yugos.
Wait, you look it up, right? You look it up. The first thing that comes up is the Yugo, the rise and fall of the worst car in history. I swear to God, I just looked up Yugo car. 6 months after its American introduction in 1985, the Yugo was a punchline. Within a year, it was a staple of late-night comedy. By 2000, NPR's Car Talk declared it the worst car of the millennium. Nice job. Thank you, Damius, for the 1,000... What was that? I think 1,000 kicks. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
It just didn't work for them. You know, if Henry Ford was like, "Hey, let's go to Eastern Europe," he would have been like, "Fuck that! I'm just gonna be an anti-Semite without the cars."
Oh, I'm sorry. It was $10,000. Let's fucking go. That's $100. Thank you so much, Damius. What?
You just said $10,000.
10,000 kicks. $100.
Thank you, Damius.
Thank you. Shouts out. Thank you. We deserve that for tolerating that. I'm sorry. Look, it's just, I get it. There are brothers, but God almighty. It's a cultural difference. Okay, I get it. Thank you, Terry, for the one kick.
But Manar is like, you know, there's just different personalities. Like,
of course, yeah. I just, when they get into the
I love learning about that, though. I just have no idea. But when Pelu was doing it, that was like ultra crazy.
That's not even, yeah.
It was hilarious. It was Kino.
And
explaining the...
it would go viral.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Stuttering
it's like,
DC black man oral history.
Very smart, and he understands all this stuff.
Muslim.
It's just the delivery is like just even Musa. What was his name?
Masood?
Masood was like, okay.
Let's put the brakes on this.
Let's change gears here. I was wondering if he was going to just like, you know, if it was just going to go on forever because it was like super in the weeds.
He wasn't wrong though. Like from the chart that I saw, Pelu wasn't wrong.
He
it's
gets
not that
it all
stupid.
right. It's just the delivery is like super fast and super like punctured by stuttering, which is Kino.
It's Kino.
It's like leaning into the confusion.
Yeah.
I love it.
Devin says, "Is Ben tired? Will there be more panels tonight?" I want one that's more engaging. I'm fiending. Can we find more?
Well, but Grace, I just want to like argue for the patience. You're saying like, yeah, okay, that's like daddy stuff. True.
No, I'm not even saying daddy stuff. I'm just saying.
Grace, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Now, all that stuff, all the questions I asked, like, I could use my own thing and say, like, I could have AI'd that, but like, I do like hearing. It's fun hearing from a person. He let me in. I did try to punch in, you know, to say like, is that like this, you know, because that's my question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's been a lot of parallelism made.
No. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's seen as like very separate from Christianity.
But the Muslims, I think, are barking up the wrong tree by being inflexible.
Yeah.
About this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't know how they can get out of it, but I think they can. By using the ways that they try to criticize Christianity on themselves.
Yeah.
Because I do think there's a lot of fuzziness historically.
Mm-hmm. I mean, having a schism 30 years after starting a religion is it's kind of hard to cope for, but they do cope for it. They're like you said, they're the masters of cope. So
Well, I mean, Christians had schisms always, but like not long lasting for the first millennium.
yeah, right. That's what I'm
But
saying.
you had Arians right away. Well, not right away, but the first big difficulty with Christianity was Hellenism and Gnosticism, right? Because you encounter what Hellenistic culture saw it as superior, so it said, "Sure, I get this," and then it just domed Christianity with Hellenism. And then you had all these weird gospels and all this Gnostic stuff, and it was quite popular, but it was incompatible, depending on what you mean by Hellenism.
Yeah.
Because a good amount of Hellenism was compatible, but the Gnostic stuff, the like body soul split, in a certain sense, that's the proto heresy. I sat there with my parents saying we don't get resurrected bodily, and I'm like,
Yeah. Yep.
that is not something that I don't think anyone. And they're like, yeah, no, that's what it is. No, right? The filth body does not get resurrected. And I'm like, you go to church twice a week?
I know.
And my mom's constantly there, you know?
Yep.
It's like, it's one thing to say I reject that, but like, your churches do not hold that.
No. The bald cooter, we have a very upset chatterdad. He says, ugh, I can't. Rolling eyes emoji. So you proclaim Catholic, but you're a cucked Catholic, non-practicing. You aren't invested. No, have no doctrine or prescriptions based in faith, etc. Just feels. I expected more. Sad emoji. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You'd have to get more specific.
Yeah. Psychic Dashton, the Vampire Slayer, is also in the house, giving us a story of a spiritual experience he had recently. Nice to see you, Dashton.
Well, I want to share with the group our experience of watching a fascinating documentary about a woman in Canada who was French Canadian, red flag,
Already.
who, with a psychologist, started the satanic panic that pervades the right wing
Continues
in
to
American
this day.
politics,
Yep.
and was obviously total bullshit.
Yep.
And
Have you guys ever
was,
heard
like,
of this story?
quashed in the early 90s and then came right back to life with Pizzagate and the Clintons and stuff. And it's
now doing.
there's
they're
no evidence there have ever been an elite of baby eating blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It's like the UFO stuff, the aliens.
There was a woman named Michelle West.
They made what happened first is they made movies that were not claimed to be based on reality.
Yeah.
Rosemary's Baby. Sybil was claimed to be based on reality, but it was clear bullshit. There is no such thing. Do you know that was that multiple personality disorder?
Oh, yes, yes.
It's been largely disproven. Those are people are just making this up. You can't have 12 conflicting personalities.
Mhm.
You can be schizo, but you can't have 12
fully fledged personalities.
It doesn't make any sense,
Yeah.
obviously.
It's like saying you have 12
But
souls. It
was
not possible.
fun, and there was trash TV made about it.
Yeah.
Right? Then you had this claim that this woman had this repressed memory for 14 months that is documented to the extent of like 1.5 million words were typed about her experiences in the satanic
Well,
cult.
hold on. You're explaining it a confusing way.
Which looked just
She-
like Rosemary's Baby,
Yeah.
and she just had a miscarriage.
When she was 35.
And there's no evidence that any of it lines up with reality.
Yeah. There was a woman named Michelle West or Michelle Smith. She had a psychiatrist for 4 years. Then she stopped seeing him. Then after she had a miscarriage, she started seeing him again. He had just watched the TV movie of Sybil, which was all about a woman
And
having
he was
repressed.
a grifter. He wanted fame.
He wanted fame. And so she just had a miscarriage, and the both of them sort of symbiotically, she would have these 6-hour-long psychotherapy sessions with him that he recorded
Day after day after
Day
day
after day. and claimed to have repressed memories of when
was
she
in
was
love with him.
Yeah, as she was 35 or so at the time. She claimed to have
She was feeding him. He was feeding her.
Yeah.
No one was saying, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, no psychologist does this, right?
Yeah.
Which is true. It's unethical. They lay down together.
Mhm.
Eventually, got married.
Mhm.
Maybe because you lie down together with someone for 6 hours. What happens? You know better than I do.
Read about it in my upcoming book.
Lalo had that experience.
Yeah. And so she had these sessions, and she claimed to remember that when she was 5 years old, for 14 months, she was captured by a satanic cult that her mother gave her to and participated in, and was subjected to ritualistic humiliations and blood sacrifices, and the
Mostly
theme,
it was just dead babies.
the
like
theme of
thousands of dead
the
babies.
theme of the memories was dead babies, which obviously was because she just had a
Trauma.
miscarriage.
Yeah.
And also her actual past was that she had an abusive father who beat her mother and was an alcoholic, according to her
Look
and
at
her
how
3
dark it
sisters.
gets when I do that. Oh, that's because the light.
Yeah.
I thought it was Satan.
And her mother sort of tolerated it, which obviously you can see the correlation to that, and your mother inviting
then
you
this
into a
lie
satanic ritual.
Became because, like, of course, it's the perfect kind of conspiracy theory because it's like this idea of these elites
Mm-hmm.
who are secretive, they cover everything up,
Yep.
but they exist, and so it becomes this witch hunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then cops get involved because cops will do anything,
Yeah.
to have a seminar. Okay, the FBI gets involved. Maybe some people actually do shit sort of like this, but there's no evidence that even one kid. And then daycare centers become like, okay.
Right, and they start taking testimony from kids.
And it's always the psychologists who are like, oh, so did, and there's a suggestion going on with psychologists because there should be with every psychologist someone going, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Fuck that. You're a fucking liar.
Yeah.
But there never is. The psychologist makes money. The patient gets, the crazier the story, the more the patient gets affirmed. Like there is no check on that process. At least in the Catholic Church, if a woman wants to go talk to a priest, I was obsessed by the devil, right? The priest is like, I got other shit to do. Like, I'm not getting paid for this. Like,
True. I got other people to
there
take care
are
of.
priests who will go along for the ride, but like, generally they're speaking, they're like, I hear from a million religious women, right? Fuck
Yes.
you. Shut
Right.
the fuck up. I want to hear about the boys and their masturbation.
How many times
I don't want to
did you
hear from
pleasure
some
yourself?
fucking crazy.
Mm.
It's not going to get. And it's interesting. Yeah, the Vatican did not get roped in.
No, so they took this woman's memories to the Vatican, and there was a crazy priest in her area who was like, yeah, definitely. And he sort of encouraged it.
Took it to the bishop.
Took it to the bishop.
Took it to
Bishop
Rome.
took it to Rome. The Vatican
And
has
it's just
never
sat
said
there.
it's legit. Never. Never. And it was a huge, huge craze. Like, huge. It got to be worldwide, but it was certainly spread through
Worldwide.
America. It's like an urban
Yeah.
legend that spread everywhere. And
Never listened to a French
the-
Canadian.
no. The wife of the psychiatrist, she divorced him because he was spending all his time with Michelle. They would meet up at hotels secretly, and she was like, "Fuck you! Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You're doing this crazy shit with this woman.
And he had
I don't
daughters
believe
who
her
loved
memories."
him very much, and they're just like, yeah, I'm on mom's side.
Yeah,
It's a rare case where we take
Rare.
the woman's side.
true. But the
Absolutely.
ex-wife who divorced him, she did her own research because she did not like Michelle, and she went back to Michelle's elementary
I don't
school.
think she really actually was like. I don't think she really saw Michelle as being like. I just think she thought her husband was a retard.
No, she said Michelle was a lonely woman who tried to take her happiness from her and made
Oh, that's
everyone
true, yeah.
unhappy in the process. Yeah,
But that's like actually not. Yeah, like you're a home wrecker,
right.
which is actually true. Michelle was a home wrecker,
Yeah, she would meet up with
She
that
ruined their
woman's
family.
husband secretly.
but the husband was not the victim.
No, but the ex-wife goes to Michelle's elementary school and asks for a yearbook from the time that Michelle said she was captured for 14 months. Keep in mind, Michelle in her memories is saying she was beaten.
And this had been
cut.
on in all these national, but not real papers, but like all those ones that will say like, "Shocker, devil talks to woman," right?
Yeah, Oprah Winfrey show.
But cops were having seminars about satanic ritualistic abuse.
Cults. Yeah.
And
Abuse.
this thing, satanic ritualistic abuse. It's like everyone's like, okay, keep an eye out for it. And there was this idea that there's like 2,000 missing kids. Do you know there may be 2,000 missing kids in America? Do you know what 90% of them are?
Runaways.
No, I would say 5% of runaways. 90% of them are like alienated parent takes kid.
Oh.
You know, because the court system.
Oh, just takes the kid. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's usually, or it's a lot of times that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the number of kids who just disappear is quite small.
And then so the ex-wife goes to the elementary
But
school.
you can look
and-
up stats and say like, oh, it's a large number if you just look up the stat.
Right.
But that's including these kind of alienated parent abductions,
Yeah.
and runaways. Like a 15-year-old girl goes to Vegas. Is she really a missing person? She just a hoe
She a hoe.
working them streets.
So anyways,
who then feeds
the
into the serial killer thing because they're perfect targets. Because who's gonna
right.
care?
Right. Well, anyways, the end of the story is that the ex-wife finds Michelle's photograph when she was 5 at the elementary school in the yearbook. She's perfectly fine. No cuts, no scrapes, no bruises. At the time
Nah.
she says she was abducted. And during her abduction, she claims that she was cut and
And of course, you
bled
could talk to the teacher and
punched
say she
everything.
came to school every day, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
or the other kids that were there. Yeah, she was there every day. I mean, it's like
yeah.
super easy to disprove.
Did she come up with a story and convince the psychiatrist because she was in love with him, obviously, to some extent? Did he encourage her to do that and implant false memories? He even took her recorded memories from their sessions and added his own stuff into it before they published the book.
From his like when he was around African tribes that were like paganistic and crazy and
Yeah.
had chicken blood and all this stuff.
Yeah, right. So, anyways, now they're doing it.
But it worked on Slop TV.
Yep.
And what's interesting is that documentary says like these shows were very widely respected. No, they were not. Geraldo Rivera is slop. Sally Jesse Raphael, slop. Donahue, it's garbage that like lonely divorced women, my mother, was watching. It's salacious, garbage.
Yeah.
You know.
But
Tabloid
Callum said in the
television.
chat, there are babies being murdered by politicians in large numbers. It's just called abortion and legislation.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think that the satanic panic it's a recognition and then a projection to a fantasy group of people about what we are doing.
You know who's good at this, Grace? Do you know who's good at this? E. Michael Jones.
True, he is good at that.
So
yeah.
he has a kind of a type of mind that we really need more of, which is making connections broadly as a creative person. He's an English literature major. So he goes deep throat, right? All right. We know what that refers to.
Yeah.
It's a big porn movie.
Oh, okay.
Led to Aliens, you know, where it goes down her throat
Mm-hmm.
and leads to death which is like abortion that comes. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He sees the rise of horror movies as the natural response to the sexual revolution.
Mm.
It's just doing the math and saying like this leads to death.
Yep.
Because horror movies often start with a kind of sexually free atmosphere,
Yep.
which everyone's fucking each other at some summer camp, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
You get the titties, I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And then the moralistic, like I'm thinking of, like, is it Friday the 13th? Is that the one that I'm thinking of? The camp?
I think so.
And the mother figure is like, right? Reminds me of your mother.
No,
like
Friday
her
the 13th was the guy
sexual-
who was in the nightmares.
No, it was
Chainsaw Massacre?
no.
I watched it with you. The one where all the
Yeah.
kids are at the summer camp and there's this crazy witch kind of lady.
They'll get it in. They'll get it in.
What is it called, guys? Come on. Friday the
There were many
It's not Friday the
sequels.
13th. No. That's Freddy Krueger. That's
No, that
Oh no, that's Nightmare on Elm
That's
Street. No,
Nightmare
you're right.
on Elm
It's
Street.
Friday the 13th.
I'm right. It's Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's sexually and it's fun because like there were some good titty shots. I'll just say, but at least it's like it, like the whole thing is kind of gross to be honest. But like at least so this like mother force that's hugely moralistic slays all of these promiscuous teenagers.
Yeah.
Right, one by one.
Yes.
And it's kind of like what porn should lead to and does lead to, which is death and murder.
Yeah.
Or it should, as I said, I want to do new porn where it's like leads to birth and life and family. But that genre has not been created yet.
Perhaps with AI, we can finally.
Yeah.
So yeah, no.
I was trying to look at porn yesterday. Every once in a while I make a foray.
Mm.
And I was like, okay, like I was this like vegetarian, like Mr. Girl. And it always goes, because I'm like, I like a cartoon, because I was thinking of AI. And I was like, okay.
Sure.
And you always end up with Japanese stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
it's always weird.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know what
They
these
are
fucking
weird.
Japanese guys, where they get this thing with the tits are gigantic. It's always sort of a little girl. She's crying. It's like, wow, I can't do this. It's weird. It's not like I'm deeply offended,
Yeah.
but it's just so weird. What is wrong with you people? You've really got to
There's
stick with your own people when it comes to porn.
yeah, no, Japanese are crazy. They got tentacles in there.
There's almost no porn that like appeals to me, which makes sense because porn doesn't really appeal to me.
Mm.
But like, can we ever just have good lighting, a beautiful woman, and a really nice guy? Like, never.
There's plenty of that.
No.
I mean, I could send you some links. There's a lot of romantic cinematic porn. I believe. I don't watch it personally. Not my thing. But
It's too lightweight for
I
you.
mean,
That's why I
what am
went
I,
back to the lingerie
12?
streams, and then I just ended up saying, I don't know what I'm doing here. The lingerie streams is definitely for me.
I will say though, Japanese porn does have a quality that you might like. I've seen some of it. It's like they will have cartoon inside the vagina, like, and it'll show everything is like glistening, and then like it's like internal. It's very anatomical.
No, I like that. Yeah.
So it's kind of like those cameras that they show.
Yeah, and the
you in
sperm
sex
is like
ed.
sparkling or something.
Yes,
It seems like
and
glowing.
it's like
I like that idea.
it's like she will even get filled up, like her belly will fill up sometimes with it, even though that's not how that happens.
that stuff's cool. Yeah, I remember I watched a porn way back in the day. I think I watched it at a porn theater, which I only did like once, and it slowed down when the guy was climaxing.
Oh yeah.
So that it, or it like kind of went back and forth or something, because it really sort of, it slowed it down and made it more, magical.
Mm.
I
Speaking
appreciated that.
Speaking of that, King came into chat yesterday and he said, Guys, hot tip. If you're trying to goon to Grace, put it on slow-mo because Ben has a habit of just popping on panel, and that makes it really hard to finish.
Or does it for everyone out there? Well, so you want to do more of this? I feel like that was exhausting.
It was a lot. That's true. It was a lot. It was definitely... No, I commend you. I'm not saying it's Dad's thing. I'm just saying this is just my issue with Muslims. It's just a culture clash, and I do end up saying, like, oh my God, the fatwa of the hadith of the peace be upon
Well, Grace, could you ever
guys.
fucking just like pivot and say, like, you know what? It's kind of nice to be in classroom sometimes and have the professor, and I can just soak it in.
Oh, sure. No, I appreciate that. I'm just saying at a certain point, it's like, okay, I get it. Just saying, it's just my take. I respect
maybe
it.
a female thing.
I respect it.
Yeah, I get it. You're saying like, man, my pussy ain't getting wet here. Like, why don't you be a little less gross? Sometimes people read a book.
Yeah, no, but even Western books have it's like the Arabian Nights, the 1,000 Arabian Nights. Those stories kind of like they go on and on and on.
Maybe you could learn something about a culture.
I try. I'm just saying it might be a fault of mine. I'm just saying at a certain point, I just want to say, like, can you get to the fucking end of the story?
Right.
That's
I know.
me.
But like compared to most of the fucking nonsense that goes on the internet where you get 2 words out and someone interrupts you and screams at you and you never can get anywhere with anything, I find it refreshing.
True.
And he wants to keep going.
He does, yeah.
And he's down for the trolls, so...
So he says.
I actually don't think westernized Arab men have a problem with trolls.
You think so?
Yeah, but they've grown up with the fucking IDF, like,
Oh, that's true.
threatening to nuke them. They don't give a shit about a bunch of morons on the internet saying like,
Don't they
bastards.
don't they care about Aisha and all that stuff though? No? Maybe not. I don't know.
They don't care about Aisha. The Aisha thing is stupid.
I just thought they got very sensitive about that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Muslims generally understand that their position is to be patient and kind of like take the bullshit and just sit there and explain it. And, you know, have assholes like Andrew Wilson just look like idiots because they don't know anything and they just go, cousin fucker, cousin fucker, cousin fucker.
Yeah.
And they'll win the long game that way. It's true.
Oh, no, that is true. People who do that, it's like...
You will win the long game that way. The problem mostly with Muslim men in terms of, like you say, like, yeah, I wouldn't mind being ruled over in a Muslim society. True. But do you want to date a Muslim guy? No. Because they're incels, largely.
Yeah, I just...
Because they don't know how to riz.
Yeah. There's a sense of entitlement that I understand is
They
normal
don't know how to
for
deal
them.
with white people.
Yeah.
They feel inferior.
Yeah, and I think they make up for
Culturally.
it a little bit with some entitlement. And it's like the Indian thing a little bit. It's like, I'm entitled to pussy.
But
That's
I
how it
get where
works
they
in
are,
my
but, like,
culture. Okay.
A lot of them are like, they genuinely love things about Islam, and they're like, there's just so much bigotry and crap. So they love just to be able to have someone be respectful and say, like, okay. And I do think part of what he was saying is not true. Like when he said no Seljuk Turks killed Christians on their way to the Holy Land, I don't think that's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they did,
Yeah.
but it may have been exaggerated. I don't doubt.
Well,
that it could have been.
there's also there were people in chat saying like there are hadiths that say like if you see a Christian or a Jew walking towards you on the road, do not acknowledge them and force them to walk on the narrower part of the road, which is quite petty. And you know, like that's kind of like the Talmud, how it says like Jesus is in a
Talmud.
Talmud is in like a
It's not like I'm in a bad mood. I'm in a Talmud.
I'm in a foul mood. Just read the Talmud. No, but you know how Jews and Muslims, they have anti-other religion stuff that they kind of are quiet about.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
which is fine.
Sure. But it's kind of tough for them to explain.
Well, I'm in favor of them trying to explain it away. I don't know why we can't be homies.
No, I agree. I'm just saying there was a I don't know.
But I do think, like, for example, this idea of the caliph and the
Mhm.
caliphate,
Mm.
like where you have what we would call in the West Caesaropapism, where the Pope is Caesar or Caesar is the Pope.
Mhm.
It's a mess when you do that.
Yeah.
Even in Iran, they don't really have that. They have a split.
Mhm.
The religious leaders are not the secular leaders.
I thought the Ayatollah was the head of both.
I mean, in some ways, it's much closer. But like, there are massive problems with that because if religion is something that requires freedom, then it's fundamentally different than the state, which does not ask for
True.
freedom.
True.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
So to mix them is, you know, there's a funny story from medieval Europe about that.
Mm.
I forget the name of the Pope, but the Holy Roman Empire,
Mhm.
okay, which is like, in some ways, the retarded like successor of the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
It's like Germanic, loosely became Byzantium, but at one point I think the emperor's name was Frederick, and the Pope was trying to get him to like repent for something,
Yeah.
and he's like, okay, well, you're going to lose your next war, and Frederick won. So the Pope had to kind of like, nah, nigga. That,
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I ain't going. Like, God's kind of like, yeah, no, I don't roll that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was a turning point. And like, popes have been like, okay, let's not go there again. Since
Yeah.
then, it's kind of like, it's a different,
You're hinging
it's just a different. There have been, it's weird, I don't know how it all works out, but like, apparently with Joan of Arc, God really was on the side of the French against the English.
Mm-hmm.
But from our perspective, like largely you're just like, well, I mean, these kind of stupid wars are just stupid.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, I don't know the origin of that thing. But like, why would God care whether, let's say it was about like Normandy, the coast,
Yeah.
should that be English or French? It's gone back and forth
Mm-hmm.
a million times, and each can make claims. Who really has the right? Well, I mean, the French were Catholic and the English were Protestant. No,
Not at that point.
I don't know about that even.
Nah.
But God doesn't always help Catholic countries. And like Garibaldi in Italy just took the papal states away from the Pope.
Yeah.
And God was just like, nope.
Yeah.
So the Pope's like, all right, can we just get this little place called Vatican City? And they're like, sure,
Teensy.
go ahead.
Mm.
But that's it for like papal. And it's been great for the papacy.
Yeah, because they're
It's been
free.
fantastic
Yeah.
because the Pope doesn't have to worry about ruling over. He doesn't have to be a prince. He doesn't have to be a secular power.
Yeah.
He's the conscience of the world.
Yeah.
But smartly, the Vatican City is, I think, the smallest country in the world. And so it has a seat at the UN.
True.
So
yeah.
it's kind of like great the way it worked out.
Yeah.
So you have diplomats,
Mm-hmm.
but you have no real.
Like worldly power.
Those guys in the robes with all the stripes, like they're not stopping any army.
The Swiss Guard.
Right.
Yeah, no.
And they're not even Italians. They're literally Swiss.
Mm.
But if Italy was like, we're taking Vatican City, it just would be like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And those guys have like scimitars. You know what I mean? They're LARPers.
Yeah.
They would fight to the death, I think.
Mm.
but it would last 2 seconds.
Mm.
But it's not going to happen because there's no reason
Yeah.
that Italy would do that. What are they going to do? Take it over? What are they going to do with it?
What are you gonna do with like the basilica? Yeah.
So it's interesting, but like we don't do enough meta history as Catholics
Yeah.
to say like what is God doing with the Muslims? What's God
Yeah.
doing with the Mormons?
Mm.
Because usually God allows heresies to just flame out
Mm-hmm.
really quick because they're stupid. But if they're crazy enough, he sometimes is like seems to really endorse them. And I'm not sure what he's doing with them, but he's doing something with them, which doesn't mean that they're true. But like, I think at this point, we could learn a lot from the Muslims. And I'm not so sure that we couldn't just give them like, okay, you want to be the rulers. Good luck. It sucks.
Yeah. Right.
And we'll just say like, okay, we'll just be Christians and we'll pay our tax.
Yeah. You guys want to be in charge? Go ahead.
It's brutal trying to run a country.
Yeah. I mean, the
We're
the
DQ'd.
Mormons have accrued like $293 billion, the Mormon church.
Which is not that much money, really.
I know, but for an like
I don't know. Is that the church or like
bizarre-
all Mormons?
I don't know actually. I think it's the church.
Yeah. Well, they've done this thing of trying to ultra assimilate,
293 billion.
and if you try harder than the country, like the society around, you try to be more American than Americans. It's weird where you end up. You end up with Erica Kirk. That's a product of like Mormono Americanism, and it's weird as fuck.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, it makes Catholics look like they dealt with the sexual revolution fairly well because it's like a cult inside of society, and it's really weird.
Yeah. Mormons are crazy. I didn't even know they were that crazy. Explains Jeremy. You know, we already said this. His family, it's not he already know. His family lives in like Mormon Israel, basically.
One of the prior to Salt Lake City,
Yeah.
the Mormon like HQ.
Yeah. Like it was given to the Mormons because everybody else was like, we don't want him. And they were like, okay, go here.
Yeah.
The
You could see
Abraham Lincoln.
and you
or
could see
something.
why Mormons in some ways are like, yeah, like what's the problem? They work hard, they're family people, they obey the laws generally.
Yeah.
They're a little off, but like they're great citizens, right? I mean, but they are.
I think
It's weird.
I think they're cool because they're like you were saying, like they're like the perfect suburban people, but they're fucking nuts underneath. Like they're like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my own planet and all my wives.
Yeah, and it comes from the backwoods of actually upstate New York, where
Yeah.
it was like batshit crazy.
Yeah.
And yet somehow you have to say, it doesn't seem to make sense that this crazy kid who was largely illiterate with this hodgepodge of like crazy ideas got all of these people to like devote their lives to this thing. Because I don't really see much it's not like charismatic. It's not like David Koresh type stuff.
No.
It ends up looking a lot like Protestantism.
Yeah, but the
but it
planet stuff
isn't.
is crazy, and the God is
Oh, God having a wife and having a body?
how God used to be a man or is a man. He had sex with the Virgin Mary to bring Jesus. Jesus and Satan were brothers living in the planet. It's crazy.
It's cool. It's cool to look at, if it's just like just studying it. It's like the cartoons are like, it's like, wow.
Can we watch that cartoon actually, just to wrap up the stream? I think it's interesting. Let me bring it up. It's
Yeah,
like,
and
it's
I
like
think
7 minutes.
I don't know if that's a Mormon cartoon. I don't think it is. Like, I don't think it's Mormon propaganda.
Um,
I think it's anti-Mormon propaganda that's fairly accurate.
yeah, it is anti-Mormon. I do.
But it's not like a
you
little.
can see.
It's not like a little like movie they used to show the kids, and they're like, "This doesn't look good."
This cartoon is an excerpt from our film, The Secret World of Mormonism. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, it's.
But I don't think it's all lies.
I don't think so.
Kind of brings out the weirdest parts of it.
Yeah. Okay. This is it. JeremiahFilms.com. Let's go. And then we'll close. Okay. There we go. You guys ready?
But it tries to make it look like it's Mormon propaganda.
It does, yeah.
Sort of.
The basic tenets of Mormonism are in direct conflict with biblical Christianity. The following piece of animation, based directly on actual Mormon publications, highlights these major doctrinal differences.
Mormonism teaches that trillions of planets scattered throughout the cosmos are ruled by countless gods who once were human like us. They say that long ago on one of these planets, to an unidentified god and one of his goddess wives, a spirit child named Elohim was conceived. This spirit child was later born to human parents who gave him a physical body. Through obedience to Mormon teaching and death and resurrection, he proved himself worthy and was elevated to godhood as his father before him. Mormons believe that Elohim is their heavenly father and that he lives with his many goddess wives on a planet near a mysterious star
Absolutely
called
Based.
Here, the God of Mormonism and his wives, through endless celestial sex, produced billions of spirit children.
Yes.
To decide their destiny, the head of the Mormon gods called a great heavenly council meeting.
It's just like, it's crazy to me that white people are like, yes, like fully invested in this. I just never knew that. You know what I mean? It's like an.
I mean, Grace, but they're upplaying all the differences. They're downplaying all the commonalities.
I know they're people, but it's just like, it's wild. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like learning about some kind of Bantu tribe. It's like, yeah,
well,
might be
but
crazy.
if it was like the backstory of like Star Wars, it'd be like kind of cool. People would be like, Andrew Wilson would be like, cranking it.
Yeah,
getting
it's
all the deets.
I think I said like this is like Bible fan fiction.
Yeah.
Both
not
of
a bad
Elohim's
story.
eldest sons were there.
I like the animation.
Lucifer
Me
and his
too.
brother Jesus. A plan
And the
was
music
presented
and
to
everything.
build
Yeah.
planet Earth, where the spirit children would be sent to take on mortal bodies and learn good from evil. Lucifer stood and made his bid for becoming savior of this new world.
It's very
Wanting the
pro-sexual.
glory for himself,
Yes, it is.
he planned to force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man his freedom of choice, as on other planets. The vote that followed approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus, who would become savior of the planet Earth. Enraged, Lucifer cunningly convinced
Always
one-third
with
of the
Mormon
spirits
depictions of our Lord, he's like handsome and good looking. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
which is in stark contrast to the medieval thing, which is very different than that. But Protestants generally do that too. It's like hunk Jesus.
Yes.
It's cringy, but it's kind of like, why not? But it's cringe.
Yeah, it's cringy.
And also, yeah, well, you get into the white and black people thing, which is hilarious.
Oh, that's Kino. Anyways, it makes
Mormonism is super white.
yeah. It makes sense though. Right? It makes sense, like, think about it, guys. This is what Jeremy was raised in, and I'm fairly sure his family is pretty Mormon still. Like, each of his siblings got married and had tons of kids, so.
and for Earth to fight with him in revolt. Thus, Lucifer became the devil and his followers the demons. Sent to this world, they would forever be denied bodies of flesh and bone. Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race.
King! Yes! Yes! It's not super. I love the transition in the cartoon. It's not super racist though, in the sense that like the devil people are not black people. It's the people who were neutral. Okay, so I do think that it was originally in the Mormon Bible though, or the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, I know that Mormon priests couldn't be black until they actually went back and changed it.
Yeah.
The spirits that fought most valiantly against Lucifer would be born into Mormon families on planet Earth. These would be the lighter-skinned people, or white and delightsome, as the Book of Mormon describes them. Early Mormon prophets taught that Elohim and one of his goddess wives came to Earth as Adam and Eve to start the human race. Thousands of years later, Elohim, in human form once again, journeyed to Earth from the starbase Kolob, this time to have sex with the Virgin Mary, in order to provide Jesus with a physical body. After Jesus Christ grew to man...
Dashton in the chat says, I met Jesus. He has a prince-like masculine voice, but he's a pretty boy with thick, long eyelashes, high cheekbones, colorful, changing eyes, brown, long hair, beard, buck, unique teeth. Sounds accurate. Thank you, Dashton.
He took at least 3 wives, Mary, Martha, and Mary Magdalene. Through these wives, the Mormon Jesus, for whom Joseph Smith claimed direct descent, supposedly fathered a number of children before he was crucified. According to the Book of Mormon, after his resurrection, Jesus came to the Americas to preach to the Indians, who the Mormons believe are really Israelites. Thus, the Jesus of Mormonism established his church in the Americas as he had in Palestine.
I mean, you see, like, I always say, like, successes, worldly successes, like the Arab conquest,
Yeah.
retroactively create religions that, like, justify it, or, like, they make sense of it that way.
Yeah.
And it's undoubted that America rose and seemed blessed by God.
Yes, it's true.
And so you can see how justifying that with this story would appeal to people in this, even people who are subjugated by America, to say, okay, this is why we're superior.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I
Because
can definitely
otherwise,
see
like,
that.
why would God be on the... And I mean, of course, the Anglos had the idea of manifest destiny, the Anglo-Saxon people, because, of course, the Native Americans were largely wiped out.
Yeah, right.
But, you can read it backwards.
No, I can see what you're saying. And Mormonism
And
is
say
sort of
that
like...
it's like the Holy Land. The America is the Holy Land.
Yeah, right. Because it has been extremely successful. So I get how, like, retroactively you can make religion. Like, Mormonism is the religion of America, in a way.
Yeah. And non-Americans buy into it because they recognize that America is in some ways superior.
Exactly. Yeah.
Culturally superior.
Right.
By the year 421 AD, the dark-skinned Indian Israelites, known as Lamanites, had destroyed all of the white Nephites in a number of great battles. The Nephites' records were supposedly written on golden plates and buried by Moroni, the last living
so there were
Nephite
white
in
people
the
there,
hill
too.
Cumorah.
Yep. I guess these are supposed to sort of like be like Vikings or whoever came over to America in 400 AD.
Well, they were Israelites too, right? So they were light and dark-skinned Israelites.
Yeah. Right.
Which doesn't match up to any
historical.
But they're saying the Nephites or whatever were wiped out.
Yeah.
But there's no historical.
There's no historical evidence of white-looking Jews being in the Americas.
Except maybe the Vikings, but like they clearly didn't do much.
No.
1,400 years later, a young treasure seeker named Joseph Smith, who was known for his tall tales, claimed to have uncovered these same gold plates near his home in upstate New York. He is now honored by Mormons as a prophet because he claimed to have had visions from the spirit world in which he was commanded to organize the Mormon Church, because all Christian creeds were an abomination. It was Joseph Smith who originated most of these peculiar doctrines which millions today believe to be true. By maintaining a rigid code of financial and moral requirements and through performing secret temple rituals for themselves and the dead, the Latter-day Saints hope to prove their worthiness and thus become gods.
Anyways, you get the idea.
Yeah.
I just found that very interesting. I understand it's somewhat anti-Mormon.
But even the parts, but even the parts that we've watched Mormon stuff about, or like very neutral stuff about, it's fairly accurate.
Yeah.
Joseph Smith was a treasure seeker in upstate New York. The Mormon films about him getting these stuff, it looks like that cartoon.
Yeah, it does.
This isn't like slander.
No. Yeah.
So I would trust the other stuff too. I just think it's not inaccurate.
Yeah. You become gods, you get your own planet, which is kind of cool, like you were saying, because, like, why does the universe exist with all these planets? Maybe you do get them when you're resurrected. Okay, why did God make all these planets if we're not going to use them ever?
Yeah, what is up there? Like, what is that?
I could see that. Yeah.
Like, because Christianity doesn't really deal with it.
Yeah, true.
It's just kind of like
the whole cosmos,
the sky.
Yeah.
And you could have that theory. I don't know.
Yeah. But
is there life on Mars, as David Bowie once queried?
Wasn't that Elton John?
Is there life on Mars?
Oh yeah. But it is midnight, guys. It just turned midnight, so we are gonna wrap it up. Thank you for watching, and
congrats to all those in the Northwest who can regale in the championship of their beloved Seattle Seahawks. I think the New England Patriots have won too many. I like New England being like the shitty team that always loses, like the Red Sox used to be. It's more how I roll.
That's our vibe. Yeah.
I like the teams like the Cleveland Browns. I was watching like a YouTube thing about like what's the worst professional team in history, and some of these teams like have never won a championship, even though they've been around since 1945.
Brock analyzed a few of your videos and created a profile.
I'd be that type of
it's
guy.
In the comments section
it's
of
a
my
contrarian
Elijah Schaffer
I'd be a
take
Mets
Eller
fan
Malding
if I was in
mad.
New York. Like,
Y'all seem to get a kick out of that stuff.
Come on, it's cool to be a Mets fan.
Yeah, the underdog.
And to go to like, to go to the games of like the worst basketball team that like, never wins a game. And I think they came up with like the Chicago Blackhawks, I think, being the worst team, which is a hockey team.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever. I kind of like the Chicago Bulls. I like the greats also, but like I kind of like the worst.
Yeah.
The worst. I like, there's a thing, and the internet's kind of into that. It's like, let me get the worst haircut on Yelp in
yeah. There's a
worst
sauce.
Restaurant.
Yeah.
And it's often like not the worst, but like it's not like a living hell, but it's like you get why it got low ratings, but it's kind of like it's often a more interesting place than the top.
It's an interesting experience, yeah.
Yeah. it's like the internet's, and then they have the ones where, like, I created a restaurant that it was totally fake, and I got Yelp to believe it was the highest thing, and it was just microwaved stuff in my buddy's porch.
Yeah.
But all these foodies came and praised like what was like great value microwaved dishes, which I think is awesome.
I think it's awesome. Yeah.
Also,
Very big fan.
yeah, I
of
just
that.
created hype, called it a pop-up, and it was just microwaved great value meals that I said were fancy.
Wait, really quick before we dip Pacific West with Pacifistic Rage. Wow, really messed that one up. With a $10. Grok analyzed a few of your videos and created a profile of you. It's in the comment section of my Elijah Schaefer take made Ella Malding mad. Y'all seem to get a kick out of that stuff. I will check it out. We might review it on the next stream, but
Yeah.
Roger
thank
says,
you.
"Is it too late for a song?" It's never too late for a song, Roger. We'll close the stream with a song.
I was gonna say, like, where's Roger?
Where's Roger? 4 hours, no song? What am I? You don't like me anymore?
What do they say? There's a phrase like that. Where is the love gone? But like, there's one like, what am I, chipped beef?
What am I,
or
chopped
something
liver?
Like, what am I,
Chopped liver. What am I, chopped liver?
chopped liver is delicious.
I love liver. Liverwurst.
my favorite organ meat.
You know what we're gonna have tonight? Gnocchi with garlic, red sauce, and Parmesan.
Red sauce. Can't lie.
Oh, that's true. Well, a little bit.
Acidic.
Mostly butter and garlic.
Ooh.
All right, I'll wait for Roger if you want to dip.
What am I?
Chopped liver.
Is it another phrase? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's like one of those things like that's the best thing since sliced bread, you know?
You know what's fun is to bring back old slang, archaic slang,
Yeah.
like Crisco disco.
Isn't that for like
I got a book once. Fun,
gay
an
guys?
actual book. A Crisco disco is a gay bar.
Yeah. Crisco disco. It feels very Norm Macdonald coded. Crisco disco.
Oh, where's Lalo? He's at the Crisco.
The Crisco disco.
Because Crisco is largely.
It's fake butter, like they're having fake sex.
No, the idea is like it's a lubricant.
Oh,
You know,
right.
there's Crisco.
Right,
it's
right.
Brutal.
Say it like gnocchi. 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 We were watching a video about Raymond Patriarca, the former mob boss of Providence, Rhode Island. And there were like tons of comments in the documentary. It's patriarcha, not patriarcha.
It's Patriarcha.
It's patriarcha. Patriarcha. How hard is that to say? That's my story.
Those people, it's so funny because we once like the most like sort of dicey moment I ever had was opposing a zoning variance. I forget what it was, but it was near our house, and your mother was like, I can't, you have to. So I got my neighbor, what was her name? Peg or something like that. That woman who owned the building, 2 over. I forget
Oh,
her name.
yeah. The crazy kind of lady. Kooky.
She was pretty crazy.
She
yeah.
had like a short curly haircut.
Yeah, she moved
Pat?
back to Florida. Her
Pat?
dad owned like orchards.
Yeah.
She drove a Saturn
Yeah, I remember her.
PT Cruiser.
Mhm.
No, a PT Cruiser. She was one of those. Anyways, she came, and I remember. Oh, I looked up the attorney who was representing this guy, right?
Yeah.
Who wanted to do this thing,
Yeah.
which was loosely tied to the family.
Yeah.
And he had recently been arrested. The lawyer had been arrested for discharging a handgun, like in his suit accidentally.
Nice.
So he was packing like he shot himself in the foot or something. And so like, okay, this is your attorney, who's some sort of flunky. The interesting thing about the mafia, or well, I don't know that the mafia exists,
Right.
but those who are often, I like to be, I don't want to get in trouble with these folks, but like, let's say people who seem to be in this world,
Yeah.
the standards are very low
Mm.
in a way, because when you have, like, you saw that property near ours, which was owned
Yeah.
by these folks through a bunch of fake entities, you know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it was, right, it was theirs.
Yeah.
And the businesses they had in there was, because it's always your friend's kid, you know what I mean,
Yeah,
who's
yeah.
going to start a business.
Yeah.
And it's like so poorly run because they're not really trying to make money running businesses. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, do the kid a favor, and like, I don't know, they would say, like, people would say like, well, they're taking a loss and they'll write it off. Like, I never knew what that meant, but like maybe they were, but like clearly these were just like sort of fronts, but they were also charging rent, but like they didn't really ever care about anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So,
like that
yeah.
tattoo parlor had no hot water. And like, you really should have hot water.
Yeah. For tattooing.
But what they just threw everything in the garbage, and they didn't clean anything, and something like that. And they were like, when the inspectors came, we just hid everything. You know what I mean? But it's like, can you hook up the hot water? It's not like we're in Africa here, you know?
Yeah.
But whatever. They didn't have the proper stuff, but like, maybe whatever. Maybe the inspector was on the payroll, or they just faked it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So it was always like that. So it wasn't really run very well. And you're like, it's a great piece of real
I
estate.
lost my
but,
money
like,
on BetUS.
you could build it up, you could put apartments there, but it's just always leave it the way it was, because the old man, it's kind of a tribute to him, and they wouldn't even let them repaint the Coinomatic sign. They would just put banners over it. Even though the Coinomatic sign was like washed out, and you know what I mean? But it was like this, like almost this like museum to the old days.
Yeah.
You couldn't update it, you know, but they would let other people in there, and they had other businesses that were not related, but
Yeah.
they had a guy who was like a cheese guy, and he was never there. Remember, there was a pizza place there, fucking delicious pizza, but the guy was never there.
Oh.
He would come in like for a couple hours on a Thursday, and the pizza was unreal, but then you wouldn't see him for 2 weeks. So it's like,
Oh, I don't remember that. It must have been when I was little.
oh, it's so good. This one guy was fucking, I mean, the Italians, second to none in terms of food. I mean, just
Yeah, true.
just the instincts there are just incredible. Real Italians, oof. And Italian Americans, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
They're the tops. But then there was this kid. I knew the kid, and I don't want to say his name because I didn't realize like his dad's like made man, and I met him.
Yeah.
But I made fun of this kid in class. I didn't realize like his grandfather or something was like one of these guys that has one of those, like, you know, the whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, Big Shanks or whatever. It wasn't that guy, but like one of those guys, right?
Yeah.
And I never knew it. Like, and even the teachers never talked about it, but I later was like, oh, that name is that name. And so he was a good looking kid, good baseball player, but like kind of a total slacker.
Yeah.
And he was super afraid of the gay French teacher across from me. And he would come over from that experience and go like, that guy's scary. And I was like, I couldn't say it, but like, I wanted to say like, yeah, well, he's just a,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah. He didn't particularly like me either, because I called him Angie. His name was Angelo, but I called him Angie. But like, I think everyone called him Angie because It was that Italian. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You would have guys named like John Carlo, and it's like, how long have you been in America? Wow, who named you that? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
John Carlo, Giovanni.
Giovanni.
It's like,
Giovanni.
hey, Gio, right?
Hey, Gio. Angie.
But you know what I mean? Like they were still in the kind of Italian ghetto, even though they were not living on the hill.
Yeah. Right.
But anyways, this kid, you could tell his dad got him all the stuff to open a pizza place.
Yeah.
And they did up all the, he had the ovens, he had all that, but he would just sit out front talking to girls the whole time. And I don't think he ever made a pizza the whole time he was there. Because the whole point is like, you should do something with your life, right?
Mm-hmm.
But all they want to do is hang out on the sidewalk. Like that's like on the hill. It's like I don't know what it is. And some of them would become valets, which was connected because the valet would also be the guy who gets you the girls or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And you get pretty good tips from the Goombas, the good fellas, right? And it's kind of like maybe you do them a favor or whatever. But it was like, I don't think they really did much at that point. It was like but like the kids like to be part of the mystique, even though it was kind of dead and gone,
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. You don't want to feel like you're part of it.
Yeah, like they wouldn't go to college and they would just be valets on the hill. And it's like, why did your parents send you to a private school if you're just going to be a valet on the hill,
Right. I remember those valets. They had like, they had like black guys do, like they had those beards that were like super trimmed. I don't know how to say it. And like,
and they were pretty good at their
hair.
job, like a valet park, because there was no spaces there. But they used to come flying by the house, and I was like, you fucking assholes.
Yes, they
the
would.
wrong way. And you guys were constantly. But I kind of also, like, they were careful, like, but you know what I mean? The way that guys who don't give a shit, like, they make it happen, and they were running, they'd park a car, then go running back, park another car right up its ass.
Yep.
Go running back with the keys.
Mm-hmm.
Which I get, they were doing a job. Like, how the fuck else are you going to get all these people?
Right.
No one would go there if you didn't have it. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Right.
It's so hard to find spaces.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's, but my story is, so we got to this zoning meeting, right?
Yeah.
And the lawyer I looked up the lawyer, and it's like, yeah, he was at something, and right, he's wearing like a suit, and he like shot himself in the foot or something, and the cops came and they charged him, but not a big deal,
Yeah.
But like a lawyer is supposed to not be that type of guy who's
Yes.
just like doesn't know how to handle a fire. You can have it was illegal, but like you shouldn't discharge it, like But then I looked up the guy so he goes into this big speech. Let's just use a name, Mr. Gennaro, who wanted to do this thing, is a leading member of our society. Like, he's been a business owner. So I look him up. I look up the name, and it comes right up. Boom. That, like, he was one of these guys who's, like, what it was connected, but then he went legit and was a restaurateur. But, like, his last encounter with the cops was, like, they're, like, he's got one of these big 70s boats, right?
Yeah.
And the cops pull him over, and they're like, Mr. Gennaro, it wasn't his name, Mr. Gennaro, let's say, could you open the trunk? And he was like, there's nothing in the trunk, you know what I mean? So eventually, they're like, you got to open the trunk. They open the trunk. Sure enough, there's a dead body. And he's like, how'd that get in there? What? You know what I mean? And like, so this is this guy.
Yeah.
And they could never really get him, you know what I mean? Because I guess, like, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's very Providence, you know what I mean? It's like, this is not.
So that was the guy you were going up against for the zoning.
Yeah.
I remember
this, like,
going to those meetings.
But this attorney, like, and everyone, all these people knew who this guy was.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's just a joke that he's this great citizen or whatever. But
Yeah.
like, it's in that world. It is true that he had legitimate businesses, and he He went clean at a certain point, and everyone went to his restaurant.
Yeah.
And like, good for him, right? And maybe
Yeah.
the food was really good or whatever. Okay.
Sure.
But like, it's steeped in. You know what I mean?
Wait, so did you win?
Oh, I don't know if it was that one in particular, but I remember one of them. There was always one guy who was like, "Yeah, that shouldn't be," and the rest of them just rolled over.
Because
right?
the problem was it was in the middle
It's
of Federal
not
Hill,
made for
which
the
is
use.
it's an old like strip of road that has all these restaurants, and they were trying to put a nightclub there, and so
Yeah.
all the restaurants would have to deal with this
Yeah.
and it just was like not a good idea for the
It's
for
not
the
made like
neighborhood.
it wasn't zoned to have like a club.
Yeah,
The clubs tended to be in like industrial areas.
right. So they weren't.
So you could play the
bothering-
music as loud as you fucking want to.
Yeah.
It wasn't properly soundproofed. But their idea is like, well, tax money and who knows what, like they were connected. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like, right. To be on the zoning board, you're not going to risk your life.
Right. Right.
Okay. And the idea is, well, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
it's tax money. We want to keep the hill from like having empty storefronts and stuff. I don't know but there was always one guy who was like, he'd come over to me and be like, that's totally wrong. And I was like, and he would always say it, you know what I mean? Like, nah, it doesn't make any sense. And then that club ended up having something which these guys are not into, which was there was like a 80-person melee on the street
Yeah.
where the club vomited out all these insane 3 a.m. and there was a stabbing.
Yeah, I remember that.
And so all the actual old business owners, because they still had like that was the late night thing, but like they still wanted the regular suburban people. That was like paying the bills
Yeah.
for the restaurants.
to
They
the
didn't want it to
Italian
make it seem like it was
restaurants,
a
yeah.
crazy place.
Yeah.
But you have like, it wasn't like a gang thing. It was just idiots.
Yep.
But like totally out of control, drunk, kind of Miami situation,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
and like a guy tried to break up a fight. He got knifed and killed.
Mm.
And then all of the old school people were like, let's calm it down. Because they were trying to double dip. They were trying to say, all right, why don't we do the restaurant thing? Then 11 o'clock, we flip everything. We turn the crazy lights on and we get all the Goombas in here to like pay crazy money for like the, the kids to come in
Yeah.
and have it be like nightlife. And you really can't do that.
Right.
The zoning wasn't right.
You can't
for
have
it,
an old
and
school
so-
Italian neighborhood and a Goomba 90s, early aughts crazy.
I mean, you get
club.
how because they weren't living in the neighborhood anymore. It wasn't an Italian neighborhood anymore, so they didn't give a shit about the residents.
Yeah.
But they did give a shit about and the cops were great about saying once you have
Could you play
something
this
like
Tony Robbins short clip? Link in
that in
chat.
Providence, like where there's a stabbing, they just shut you down.
Yeah.
They don't care whether you're black, white, or Chinese. Like, nope.
Yep.
You did not handle your liquor license. You could say it wasn't my fault. The guy, how am I supposed to prevent that? But they're just like, well, you have to.
Yep. Yep.
And they would just yank the liquor license, and without that, you're done.
Yeah.
So, but they would. I remember the guys who ran this nightclub.
Mm.
They were like funny guys. Like they were like you could tell they were like scumbag guys. They had all been in the mortgage industry until 2008 when it just shit the bed. But they
Yeah.
were writing mortgages to every N-word who walked in, right?
Yeah.
And 10 more who didn't even exist, right?
Yeah.
Then they shifted to being like entrepreneurs. Well, they had some funny. It's the stories are just, and they would tell you like it's like all illegal, right?
Yeah,
what
yeah,
they
yeah.
were saying to you, and you're like, but they just loved. You just have the storytelling culture.
Yeah.
But they didn't know anything about business. So at one point they're projecting the Red Sox game onto this huge screen on the side of the building. And if there's one entity that is not okay with like transgressing copyright, it's like professional sports.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Because like they had cable agreements and all this stuff, but these guys were just like showing the game.
Yep.
And in a certain sense, you say like, well, isn't it pretty much public because it was on like, TV stations or whatever, but it's just like
they don't fly.
yeah,
without
they'll sue
all.
the shit out of you
Yep.
if you don't have a license for that. And it's super expensive to get a license for it because you could show it in your sports bar,
Yeah.
but to show it publicly, like movie night, outside, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyways, they were like clavicular. They were just openly going to do illegal stuff.
Yeah.
And whatever, when it gets shut down, it gets shut down. They didn't
Yeah.
have any sense of responsibility. And they didn't fucking respect me. I'll tell you that.
So did you win?
We pretty much we lost against them like in zoning, but then when that melee happened, I think they just shut it down.
Oh yeah.
And the guys, the old school guys, they generally were on the side of families. Like the old school Hill thing is like, you know, be respectful to the families. But when they moved out, it's just money.
Yeah.
So they weren't really into. It's not like if you were saying these fucking guys are irresponsible. It's not that they're like, hey, you're messing with me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
I never heard a word back, but I went to the other neighbors and they're like, are you out of your mind? I'm not going to no court case because I know who owns that property, even though it would never show up as that name, but it'd be it's owned by like a dead guy. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, how's it owned by a dead guy? How did he get a permit? Because I went to the cemetery. I actually remember showing you. I was like, see that permit? See that signature? And then I went to the cemetery and I'm like, that's the guy. He's 6 feet under.
I remember, yeah.
How'd he get a permit?
I remember you were
well.
you were trying to buy the parking lot maybe or something.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, and you looked up like what LLC owned it, and it was some random house in the middle of nowhere, and it's like
No, it was like an empty lot on the other side of town. I was
oh
like,
yeah.
who, you know, right? But I went to the place. I only once went to the place that was like where those guys were.
Yeah.
And it was like it's just this dump of a place with like a wood stove.
Yeah.
And 2 old guys smoking cigars, and it was just like, right. And everyone knows who they are, but it's no sign saying like, hey, if you want to talk to the, you know, right?
Yeah.
So I said, I'm interested in this property. And they're like, let me ask you something. You really want to buy that? They were perfectly nice,
Yeah.
right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, because I was going to buy 2/3 of the property.
But it was a triangle parking lot.
It was a fuck show, right?
Yeah.
And they owned 1/3 of it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't clear which third.
Yeah.
And so they're like, well, let me ask you this. If there's a dumpster there keeping you from getting in, what are you going to do about that? And I was like, that's a good point, sir. Because what had happened is the 2/3 was originally owned by one of their buddies. So, like, it was not a problem.
Yeah.
Then this woman from Utah or Arizona hoodwinked them, and she was ballsy. She like hoodwinked them into getting the property from that owner who was an old Italian guy before he died.
Oh.
She like schmoozed them. And then from Arizona, they were trying to sell it to me.
Yeah.
And they were super aggressive, and I wasn't into it. But like,
Yeah.
they had fucked them like, you know what I mean? But like, it's all.
I'm just trying to pull
It would have
up.
been a terrible investment.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they're in the end like you need to send a check now, and I was like, that's not how like real estate works. You know? Yeah, 148.
This
yeah.
one right here. You can
Yeah.
see how this the nightclub was like here, I think. And
Yep.
this was our old house. This was another house my dad owned. This was the Page.
Page.
This was Page. And then there was this parking lot right here.
Yeah.
And it was
Because I was gonna condo the apartments.
Yeah.
But without a parking
here.
space, you really can't. It's like half the price.
Yeah. And
But
the Zona, I think it was called, was the nightclub. And
I gotta go to the bathroom, Grace.
okay. Well, are you just dipping though? Because I gotta do Roger's song, and then I want to end.
Good
it.
night.
So there was a nightclub. So this is my old childhood home, and that's the apartment building. And then this was this triangle sort of parking lot, and we used to park our car outside of the parking lot on the street. Bring Cam. And so Zona, I think, had a dumpster back here, and when our house had too much garbage, they would send us out. No, there's the dumpster, yeah. They would send us out, and we would sort of duck over into their parking lot, throw stuff out in the dumpster, and then come back over and go inside. And there used to be a beautiful big tree right here, and it made the street look way more pretty. And the person who owned this building had it cut down, and it was like an emotional moment for me and my mother. One of the rare things we agreed on. We both cried when the tree got cut down, and we were furious, and my dad was like, I don't understand what the big deal is. It's a tree. See, can you go down here? Yep. We used to park in any one of these spots, and if they weren't open, we'd have to go. We'd all get dropped off right here, my childhood home, and then my dad would go park down over here by the nursing home. He used to have my dad used to have some tenants in this apartment building. Wait, can I go right here? Oh, you can't. Right in the middle. Anyways, you can see it better from over here. Her name was what was her name? Jen. Well, I don't want to dox, but Jen and her boyfriend Matt, I think. And they had like, you know, dead pig fetuses and stuff. They were like into that sort of shit. Anyways, I think she may have cursed us when my dad asked her to move out because he was converting everything to Airbnbs. And she had stayed there on like $700 rent, which was insane. Like, my dad was like, honey, I got 6 kids over here. Like, I need more money. I'm sorry. And she was a trust fund kid. She was Jewish. Anyways, she had this fucking dog named Zeke that bit my sister. And she would keep him, because this alleyway door closed, she would keep him in this alleyway, and he was like a rescue dog. He was mean. She would have all these rescue dogs. One of them ripped like half her face off one time. It's absolutely insane. But you'd try to like walk out to go to the building to fix the keys or bring the trash out, and fucking Zeke would be sitting there right at the fence. And, you know, one time I got into a staring match with the dog, and it barked all of a sudden. I spilled orange juice all over myself. So I think this is old. This is from before we sold it. So this is what it looked like. My mom kept flower boxes. Yeah, these were her plants. She had like basil and stuff. And then this was the apartments. This is just how I remember it. There was an Indian place over here. Delicious. This was the nursing home. Over here, actually. This nursing home. Yep, see? Wait. I won't let you go. See? Oh, yeah, Indian cuisine. Oh my god, that's old. That's exactly... Yeah, Bombay. Okay, this is... 2017. Okay, this is from when this was taken. So this nursing home, they'd have a bunch of old ladies and guys over here, and my dad was rolling his own cigarettes at a certain point, and he would have us go sell the cigarettes to the old people for like cash, because otherwise they would have to go, they would take their walkers and they would go down Dean Street to Atwell's Ave, and they would go to the Mini Mart. Yeah, this place right here. And they would buy cigarettes at full price, but it was very expensive. And this is where I used to walk to school every day. All the way down here. Down here. Over down this road, there's a bakery over here, this old Italo social club. Walk right down here, this way, and then you enter over you start going over the bridge that goes over the highway. Yep, so this was my walk to school in middle school. Hellish when it was cold. Oh, no! No, I want to go... Why am I on the highway? Let me back up here. No! Oh, what the hell? Oh, man. Wait. Here. Oh, whatever. Anyways, can I get over to the school behind it? here. Oh, well, whatever. Anyways, you get the idea. Roger's got his song. Let's do the song. Let's go. Desire by Gene Loves Jezebel. Let's go. I am starving for my Noki. How much did he send? Where's my phone? Oh, whatever. I trust you. Okay. Desire. Is this outfit is kind of not very dance friendly. Hold on, let me change into my romper. Fell off the bridge. I would listen to music on the way to school in my headphones, and one time a 18-wheeler rode up on the curb because it was taking a turn and it kind of like screwed up the angle or whatever. So this is the curb. I was walking here. The 18-wheeler, the wheels went right past me, and it was so high that I couldn't hear it. And then I just looked over and I see these wheels that are like 3 times bigger than me driving right by me. So I didn't listen to music for a couple days after that. And I would have these teachers, and they'd be like, "Are you the girl that walks to school every day? Because I see you over the bridge. That must be cold." My middle school, the president of the middle school, I heard, had to quit because she was found out. It was a hood middle school. She was really nice, like sort of mixed, like Kamala Harris kind of woman though. But all the teachers there, almost all of them were black. And she got found out for selling iPhones to kids or something under the table. Some kind of story like that. So she had to quit like a year or two after I went there. Anyways. Where's my romper? Jenny, darling, you're my best friend. Okay. Quick outfit change. Roger's fantasy dance time. And then it's dinner time. There's a few things that you don't know about. Why I borrow your lipstick so often. I'm using your shirt as a pillowcase. I wanna ruin our friendship. We should be lovers instead. I don't know how to say this. 'Cause you're really my dearest friend. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Jenny, darling, you're my best friend. Okay. There's a few things that you don't know about. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. Ready? That's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. Love you, Rod.